Bill, yes, we listening to my yes. Is that everybody? I think so. Is it Dave in the back there safe? Is there anyone else in the hall? No, I think we're okay. Come on in, have a seat. There's nice seats at the front. Just see it. Dave? You gonna leave one open, Dave? Yeah. Yes, I am. Thanks. You're so used to shaking. Did you see it? Okay. Can everybody hear me? We don't have a sound system in here, so we'll have to speak up our voice a little bit, but it's a nice, small, comfortable room. I'd like to welcome everybody coming today. It's great to see such a fantastic crowd for such an important event. And I'm going to go over a little housekeeping issues or information. But let me start with the format today. We just sort of changed it all up a little bit. We're going to go for a very relaxed, informal, fireside type chat. And I'm gonna fire off a few questions to get conversation going, but I want everyone to feel welcome at any time to interrupt and fire in a question and participate. This is really not a lecture or a speech, but our goal is just to foster some conversation so people can have a chance to learn some things. If you are probably aware, we're being streamed on Facebook, I guess, is it, or YouTube, or Twitter, or Instagram. Twitter?
Yeah,
Is
that Tweeter in the monkey man?
So
you're not comfortable with that,
stay behind the camera and change your voice. But it is being streamed. Washrooms are just out and to the left and down the hall. They're pretty easy. I would ask if you have your cell phones on, just flip them to silent because it can be distracting to get phone calls in the mail. There's some shirts that Mike Roots donated.
if you want. They're on the table up front. Please help yourself.
And there's water there too.
There's some water and some donuts and some stuff. So, and we are apparently going to have a forced break at some point, and I'm going to get Marge to be in charge of telling us when to take a break. We can step down below for a little bit, but I'll probably get carried away and chat and forget about that. So, what else do we have? There's a shirts sign in. I haven't done it yet, so someone has to remind me. There is a sign in, so please sign in. And
You're not forced to. I just like to have it for later.
yeah, then we can send you spam emails or something and sell your information. There's also some buttons if you want to grab those. Please feel free. I think Marge is soliciting some donations.
I'm always soliciting donations.
Yeah. So I am very excited to be here and to tell you about myself, Jeff Kibble. I was in the Navy for 28 years, and I went to East Timor in '99, where I was administered Mefloquine. So this is a topic near and dear to my heart. And I see some familiar faces that I've sailed with before. Apologies, I want to recognize everybody because they grow beards and look different after 20 years and they don't recognize each other. But I know that this has an impact on both veterans and their families. So it's really an important topic for me, and I'm sure for everyone here. And so we have a fantastic guest who's going to share and impart some very important wisdom, knowledge, and other stuff. So there you go. I'm really looking forward to this. I would like to. This is a tough part.
Yeah.
No, maybe we can do this.
I can try.
I met a gentleman named Shannon O'Halloran. When we found out that this was coming to Victoria, Marge looked for a few volunteers, and I put my hand up and said, "I'm on the ground here. I can help out." He also doesn't really want to be volunteered, and it turned out he served in the Australian Defence Force, and he was actually in East Timor when I was there, although I didn't know him. And I got the privilege of meeting him a few times, and he was really excited to come here. And sadly, he lost his battle with his demons, and he didn't make it. So, if we just have a minute. Sorry. Thank you. So before we get started, I'm going to introduce somebody who probably doesn't need an introduction, and she's the one that drew me into this and has helped me connect with people, and is really the backbone behind all of this. So if I could ask Marge to come up and just say a few words, and she's going to introduce our honored speaker for today. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. For those that don't know me, I'm Marge Matchy. I've been beacon at the hills for 32 years about Mefloquine, and I'm really glad that we can actually offer an educational forum. I think this is our fourth time. This is our 8th gathering and our 4th educational forum. I want to introduce our savior in this cause and world-renowned epidemiologist and world-renowned expert on antimalarials, especially Mefloquine, Dr. Remington Nevin. And I just can't see. Thank you so much for coming and attending. And I want you guys to feel comfortable. I want you to be able to just ask him anything. And we had a great fireside chat like this last time. Just because you think your question might not be, good enough to ask it. Because you don't know what you're going to trigger in someone else that they've been waiting or haven't thought of at this moment. So we'll relax. More of the conversation will carry on, and so please feel free to ask all your questions, and welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Marge. I wouldn't be remiss if I didn't mention Kathy Wagenfeld. Did I say that properly?
That sounds good.
Who's our conservative member of parliament from the prairies, or
We're all the cool people.
Saskatchewan. Thank you. We're the cool people like Dave. Thank you for coming and your continued support for all these events. It's really seen and appreciated, and it really means a lot.
So I'm sorry,
Oh,
guys.
yeah, go ahead.
I should have said that. There are a few guests here you will meet tomorrow, and Kathy Wagenfeld being one of them, Mike Henry being the other from the Mass Tort lawsuit for
Thank you.
Howie Saxon Henry. So these people are going to speak tomorrow, and we'll all have a chance to do some one-on-one as well.
Perfect, thanks. And anyone else that didn't introduce, well, here, probably going to show. Oh, good. We're going to do a little relaxed format. So like I said, please feel free to interrupt. But Dr. Nevin just asked me to sort of facilitate a little chat. And so I'm going to ask him a couple of questions from my perspective just to get things going. But like I said, please feel free to jump in. So my very first question,
I'd like to bog you, military. Right?
Ex-military.
Ex-military.
I served in the US military.
Airborne as well.
Airborne, not perfect. So what I can ask you to do something.
Well, now, hold on. I'm just a 5-jump chump, as we say in the military. They never let me jump out of a plane again. I can tell you a story about I jumped on rock. Perfect. I have experienced just a small fraction of what some of you have, obviously, experienced in your careers.
5 jump jumps.
5 jump
So I'm going to ask you, you're well versed and prepared in this and giving your Mark I NATO standard military bio introduction in a snapshot.
Very briefly, Remington Nevin, born and raised in Toronto, Canada. My father is from Buffalo, New York. My mother's from a small town in Peterborough. I can't tell you the name, or else you'd be able to access all my online accounts. You know, so leave the town where she was born secret. My father got a postcard in the mail, we think, sometime in the mid '60s, and so decided to move to Toronto, where he raised my sister and I. And knowing that, of course, I had U.S. citizenship from birth, I at some point in my youth, I decided that I wanted to be an Army doctor. I think it's probably because I grew up watching a lot of MASH, and I thought that Hawkeye Pierce was a good role model. So after graduating from the U of T, I was lucky enough to be accepted to the U.S. military's medical school. That's just outside of DC on the grounds of the Bethesda Navy Hospital. Finished medical school there, went down to Fort Bragg. But by this point, I was a 5-jump chump. And so I did my internship there at the home of the U.S. Airborne. I think it's called Fort Liberty now. I think it's no longer called Fort Bragg. They rid the U.S. military of any trace of the Confederacy. So I think it's called Fort Liberty. It took long enough, but they did. After that, I pursued my passion, which was public health, preventive medicine. The Army was kind enough to send me to Johns Hopkins in Baltimore, so I did some additional training there. I went to the Army's Walter Reed Institute of Research, which has a storied and somewhat infamous history. We can discuss that today. Did my residency in preventive medicine there, and then got sent out to serve as an Army public health officer. Because I was airborne qualified, and because I had worked under the doctor who by this point was the 82nd Airborne's top doctor, he selected me to join them when they deployed to Afghanistan. So I flew over to Afghanistan with the 82nd Airborne headquarters element, served the better part of a year there. My tour got cut short for reasons we can discuss. And then after that, I went to Korea for a brief period. I was selected to serve in East Africa, the Horn of Africa, with forces there in Djibouti. And I finished up my career at a little post in Louisiana called Fort Polk. And that was when I published a lot of the research that I'm known for in my final years in the Army. Finished up in 2012 after 12, I think it was 12 or 14 total years in the military. Went back to Hopkins to get a doctoral degree in public health and get a few more credentials to assist me in doing the work, which by then I've become very interested in, which of course we're going to discuss today. I currently live in a small town in Michigan in St. Clair County, where I'm working as, well, at least for now, I'm working as the medical officer for the health department there. But we are thinking of relocating. We have plans to relocate a little bit further west to Illinois. We can talk about that perhaps later today. I recently became an orphan. Both of my parents passed away in the last few years. So we can talk about that. So that's pretty much me. Not terribly interesting. I'm happy to entertain questions about anything as we go on.
Surely there must be one question. No, okay,
Okay, that's good. That's why I'm here.
To ask questions.
Or when was your interest in Mefloquine?
There you go.
When did that come out? When did you,
What was the cause?
Well, yeah, I'm often asked this, and I do have an interesting story. So we all became exposed to Mefloquine in one interesting way or another. My experiences were, let's see. So it would have been late 2006. It would have been perhaps right after Christmas. The 82nd headquarters element was deploying to Afghanistan right around the holidays. I think we had time to spend Christmas with family, but soon after, I don't know if it was the New Year. Soon after, we were basically at the Green Ramp, which is the area there at Fort Bragg where you get kitted up before you get on the planes to jump out. But we were using the Green Ramp to get on the charter plane that was deploy us over to Afghanistan. For folks that don't know how the U.S. military deploys overseas today, it's really interesting. You go to the armory. Well, you have all your bags. You have your duffel bags and stuff. And then you go to the armory. You draw your weapon. You don't get issued ammo, but you draw your weapon. And then you go to the flight line, and there's a commercial flight that they've chartered waiting for you, right? So you don't go through TSA or anything. You just get your rifle or your sidearm, and you load up your carry-on bags, and you're sitting there on a commercial charter with your rifle, right? getting served dinner by the flight attendants. It's a little odd. So we were going to fly straight to Manas, Kyrgyzstan, but there was bad weather there, so we stopped in Germany, put us up in a luxury. It's good to fly with the general because instead of being put up at a Motel 6 or something, you put us up at a fancy hotel in downtown. I don't know where we were exactly. We stayed there a few days until the weather cleared, flew on to Manas, and then on to Afghanistan. Now, Mefloquine, where does this come in? As we were boarding the charter flight, that's when we were issued our Mefloquine. So we were all just sitting there waiting to get on the charter flight. And my boss, the top doctor, Colonel Johnson, I believe, he stands up on one of the benches and he says, all right, look, we got this medication. Now, keep in mind, what month is this? This is December, right? So I think it had just sprinkled a little bit of snow here in Fort Bragg, and there was certainly snow in where we were going. He stands up on a bench and he says, all right, we got this medication for you here. We're going to give you a bottle of this stuff. Start take a pill now, and then just take a pill every week. And I don't recall verbatim what he said, but he didn't go into any great detail about the instructions for safer use of the drug. And he was very dismissive, I think, of some of the known, in retrospect, some of the known adverse effects of the drug. He basically said, yeah, this might give you some bad dreams, might disturb your sleep a little bit, might get a little nauseated. Don't worry about it, drive on, suck it up. You got to take this so you don't get malaria. Now, again, keep in mind, this is December in Fort Bragg, and we're going over to Afghanistan, where our flight is being delayed because of snow, right? So this is just some context for it. That it provides some context for the military's very casual and comfortable use of this drug, right? For a drug, we know now how dangerous it is. The military is very comfortable using it. Now, at that point, because I'd been trained in Army doctrine and because I'd been at the Walter Reed Army Institute of Research, and I was at U.S. Military Medical School before, I was taught, which was doctrine, that this drug, which the military had developed, was perfectly safe and effective. And of course, there were some reports of some side effects, but don't worry about those people. We developed this drug. We know it's essential. It's very good, and we should encourage people to take it. So how I ended up getting my Mefloquine was that on the way out the door, the Green Ramp, to get on the charter flight, I was basically told, hey, reach in this garbage bag here and just pick out a bottle of Mefloquine. And so I just picked out some random bottle of Mefloquine, and it had some other soldier's name on it. It had been prescribed. There was a roster of everyone in the unit that had been sent to the pharmacy, and they printed out a bunch of labels and stuck them on bottles, but they didn't bother giving people they just threw they literally sent the privates over to the pharmacy with the pickup truck and a couple of garbage bags, and I don't know how garbage bags full of this stuff, right? Which in retrospect is kind of telling, right? They put it in garbage bags, which If only they had done that literally
And left it there.
and left it there years earlier, but yeah, they came so close,
So I really resonate with
Yeah.
two things you said. You said dismissive
Dismissive.
and casual. So
Casual.
Similar experience for myself.
Yeah.
It was very dismissive and casual. In fact, I didn't even have a label. We were just given a bottle. It said here,
Right.
and I'm told you might have some nightmares. And you're nodding your head because you were there too. It was very dismissive and casual. I had no label in my particular case. And once a week, you might have nightmares. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine.
Right.
And so that brings me to my question, which is, what should I have been told when I was given that?
Yeah.
You know, because
Right.
for me, it was, if you don't take it, you're not going. And if you're not going, you're probably,
Right.
your career's going to go in a direction you don't want. And I wanted to go. Like,
Right.
that was why I had signed up. So for me, ignorance was bliss, I guess, or not bliss. And I was like, sure, okay. You know, they said it's just some nightmares. So what should I have been?
Yeah, so I suppose there's a couple ways of answering that question, right? There's what should you have been told with the benefit of everything we know today, right? What
Sure.
ideally in a perfect world,
Mhm.
with perfect knowledge, with perfect foresight, what should you have been told? But perhaps from a more pragmatic or legal perspective, I will answer the question from the perspective of, given what was known,
Mhm.
given what had been written,
Yeah.
given what policies and procedures and regulations and laws were in place then, and given the state of the science at the time, what should
Sure.
you have been told?
Yeah.
Now, so that will depend on the specifics, right? So what I should have been told, based on that standard in 2006, might vary somewhat.
Yeah.
Perhaps not in the most important details, but in some of the
Fair enough.
tangential details from what you should have been told. So tell me more about when and where and under what circumstances you were given the drug. What year was this?
99.
1999.
Okay,
Okay.
a little hazy, but it was prior to arriving in theater. There was a
East Timor.
East Timor.
Okay.
Yeah, so we sailed there. It takes a month or so to get there,
Okay.
and a few million liters of fuel.
Right.
But so prior to arriving in theater, I can't remember what I guess loading dose is the term that's used. But so prior to arriving, it was take this once a week, and if you have nightmares, don't worry about it. They'll, it'll go away. And that was
Okay.
it. So
All right. So you
it was
were
once a week.
so you were on a Canadian flag vessel. I assume Canadian law applies on a Canadian flag
Yes.
vessel.
Yeah.
Okay. So you were in Canada.
We were
And presumably they had obtained this Lariam from the Canadian pharmacy back wherever home port was.
Sure.
Right, okay,
Yeah.
okay. So, and I would need to consult my files to know specifically, so please don't quote me on the specifics, but if I recall correctly, in 1999, in Canada, I believe the only form of the drug that was available, well, perhaps there were two. APO might have been producing a drug, but most likely you were given the Roche formulation of Lariam.
Sure.
Most likely you were given Lariam. Do you recall that it come in a sort of a silvery blister pack, or was it in a bottle? Do you recall?
It was in a little brown bottle, right?
It was in a brown bottle. Oh, okay.
Brown bottle. Somebody probably popped hundreds of them out and
It was-
put it
okay.
in bottles and
There were some silver packages.
sure, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The memory's not great.
Right. So there, as I recall, there, and the packaging is very important because some service members don't have, they couldn't attest to being given Mefloquine or Lariam, but they do recall sort of a white once a week tablet.
Yeah.
So it's important to inquire of what details. So there are some soldiers I think that have reported taking a drug that was in a sort of a brown bottle with maybe a greenish or white label. I believe that's Lariam. I believe Lariam may have come packaged that way. But more commonly, Lariam was packaged either in a sort of a gold tinged,
A blister pack.
well, not a blister pack, a foil pouch
Okay.
initially, and then I think they changed to a blister pack. I think Roche changed to a blister pack, and by blister pack I mean there's usually foil on one side and sort of a plastic form shaped see-through, typically see-through on the other side. But regardless, so if you were given Roche branded Lariam in 1999, I believe at the time there was a warning on that label that that said two words to the effect that if you are taking this drug prophylactically for prevention of malaria, if you develop psychiatric symptoms, and depending on the time and place, they are more or less explicit in listing what specific symptoms are included among psychiatric symptoms. But anxiety, depression, restlessness, and confusion have been typically included among the symptoms that the drug manufacturer Roche has said essentially require the drug's immediate discontinuation. And if you and depending on the time and the place, there will also be an additional warning that essentially says, well, why? In order to prevent the development of a more serious event. This is so critical. This is so critical. They have been, Roche's attorneys have essentially been warning all along that there are some people that, when they take this drug, manifest evidence of a personal intolerance or susceptibility. And that personal intolerance or susceptibility can't be identified in advance. And the only way to know if someone is particularly susceptible or sensitive to the neurotoxic effects of this drug is simply to give it to them. And if they develop these symptoms, which I believe Roche used the term prodromal to describe these symptoms.
What does that mean?
So, well, now, this
That wasn't a good question.
this is very interesting. This is very, so what does it mean for, and let's just assume, and I will reserve the right to correct myself on this, but I believe in 1999, I believe the Canadian product label said words to the effect that anxiety, depression, restlessness, and confusion either may be or must be considered prodromal to a more serious event. And if so, the drug must be stopped. Yes.
So just Jeff.
Yeah.
That brown bottle, did it have any of those warnings or anything on it?
Don't believe it did. I'm sorry, my memory is pretty vague,
No.
but my impression and memory was that
Yeah,
bottle was not manufacturer's bottle. It was like, okay, let's get 150 brown bottles
And
or
the blister
400 brown bottles.
packs, they didn't have warnings on them either.
I never received a warning other than you might have some nightmares, don't worry about it, that's normal.
And that was my last question was, did anybody ever sit you down or say to you, by the way, as if, when you go to your doctor now
No.
and they give you
No,
medication.
it was as a group, we
they
were
tell you
generally
the side
told,
effects, right?
yeah, we were just
None
generally
of that.
told, yeah, you're gonna have some nightmares and you might be a little loopy, don't worry about it, it's fine.
Yeah, and you're on your way to a
Deployment.
zone, so
Yeah.
you're having
I'm focused-
anxiety and anxious and
I'm
your
focused
pulse-
on getting there and said, yeah, whatever, I'll take that. So whether I was provided a warning or not, I don't remember ever seeing one.
Yeah.
Certainly was from what I've later learned from listening to some of your talks and such, is that you should have discontinued and you should have, and none of that.
Yeah, the question was for the people in the room too, right? They're thinking,
Yeah.
I wasn't told, I had no warning.
Yeah, thank you, excellent question, and I certainly wasn't, and I would imagine that a lot of people probably were not, and even if they did get a bit of a warning, it was, what were your words, casual and dismissive,
Irresponsible.
irresponsible, that's the legal term, thank you. So, yeah, and I was gonna ask you a question about, you said some people, who are they? But
Oh, okay, yeah.
You
So
sort of
let's-
alluded to that,
Yeah,
it's hard to tell.
So let's go back. The question was, what should I have been told, right? What sort of information would a competent and caring and concerned physician acting ethically and responsibly, ensuring your full and informed consent to use of the medication? What should a physician have told you? So at the very least, they should have shared whatever important warnings were in the drug label. And so as we were saying, at that time, 1999 in Canada, I believe the warnings included this, it may not have been emphasized. This may not have appeared in bolded text. It may not have had a box around it. But I think anyone who read that label carefully, taking taking this language seriously, would have identified this particular phrase and thought, this is of particular importance, even if it was buried deep in the product label. I think a reasonable physician would have said, this is important enough for me to take notice of and emphasize to my patient.
Mhm.
So what you should have been told at the very least, which was in the product insert, was During prophylactic use, meaning to prevent malaria, if while taking this drug, you develop psychiatric symptoms such as anxiety, depression, restlessness, or confusion, these either must be or may be considered prodromal to a more serious event. Keep those words in mind, in which case the drug must be immediately discontinued and replaced with presumably a different anti-malarial drug because you're going somewhere where you need an anti-malarial. So you asked me, what does prodromal mean? So I consulted the Oxford English Dictionary to inquire of the definition. And it ends up that prodromal, as it is defined by the Brits at Oxford, is that a symptom that is prodromal is essentially one that precedes and predicts the inevitable development of some more severe or serious condition, right? So the drops of urine that you might see in your urine stream in the morning might be prodromal to the discovery of bladder cancer, in my mother's case, unfortunately. It means an early sign of something that is going to happen, right? As opposed to something like a precursor symptom, right? Which might not necessarily indicate the inevitable development of something like that. Okay, so there's the word prodromal, which at least implies, by conventional definitions, the inevitable development of something more serious. There's that word, which is already problematic in the mornings. And then there's that interesting phrase, a more serious event. Well, so let me ask you something. Anxiety, depression, restlessness, confusion. What could be more serious than those symptoms? What is more serious than anxiety? What is more serious than depression? What is more serious than confusion, which is a sign of fairly significant cognitive impairment? What is more serious than restlessness, which includes things like completely impaired sleep, horrendous nightmares? What could be more serious than those things? Well, if you look through the product insert, you see a number of other adverse effects which the drug company has acknowledged do occur with use of the drug. Psychosis, homicide, suicidal ideation, suicide attempt, completed suicide, toxic encephalopathy, and various neurological problems. So they do all along that if you are taking this drug at a dose of once a week for prevention of malaria, and you develop any of these symptoms, this very well could be the only warning sign that you get that you are susceptible to the neurotoxic effects of this drug, and that you are already well on your way, if you haven't already, to developing a fulminant toxic encephalopathy that could lead to even more serious symptoms, including psychosis, acts of violence, and permanent neurological effects, right? And that at the onset of those symptoms, you must immediately seek medical attention and stop taking the drug. Those are pretty important warnings to not have been given in your case. Don't you think?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, if I might say, Dave Bona is about to ask a question, and Victoria is beautiful. We're here in Victoria, BC. It's very cool. Ingrid and I, my girlfriend Ingrid, my long-suffering girlfriend Ingrid, we were flying in, and I was busy with my book, and I just happened to glance out the window, and my goodness, we're here. It's beautiful, absolutely. The natural beauty, the impressive feats of nature that we saw out our window, the beautiful water and the mountains and bays, as impressive as the natural wonders of BC are, these pale in comparison to the natural wonder that is Dave Bona's new beard.
Dave's not from here, but by British Columbia standards, I think that qualifies as old growth. I've roasted you, Dave. Now that I've roasted you, Dave, please stand up and show off your beard and ask your questions.
And it all started with me not shaving for 3 days and the wife reaching over, oh, I like that. Oh, it's still here. Could you just elaborate on what toxic encephalopathy is?
Oh, yes, definitely. So
Cross that one off.
well, so I suppose in the simplest terms, that is what this disease process is. It is a toxic encephalopathy. So this is essentially synonymous with the condition we're describing today. Encephalopathy, in the broadest sense, is merely a dysfunction of normal brain physiology. So when someone is suffering from an encephalopathy, the brain organ is not working as it should. And it's not working as it should for potentially a variety of reasons, right? There could be some sort of a global dysfunction of normal receptor processes, right? We've all heard of neurotransmitters and so on. So the neurotransmitter system might be dysfunctioning in some way. There could be a global inflammatory process leading to widespread dysfunction of normal brain function. There could be an autoimmune process that's causing similar effects. But the most common cause of encephalopathy, I believe, is typically just a toxicant, either a toxin, a naturally produced toxicant, or an exogenous toxicant, things like drugs or heavy metals. And in fact, in my field, I mentioned earlier during my biography, I went back and studied a number of things at Hopkins, including occupational medicine. And I learned in occupational medicine that there's a long history, for well over 100 years of physicians recognizing certain occupations put you at risk of various forms of toxic encephalopathy. We're all familiar with the story of the Mad Hatter, right, from Alice in Wonderland. It ends up that hatters, folks that made hats out of felt, they used mercury vapor in the process of felting. And mercury vapor, when exposed to that over a prolonged period, you develop a heavy metal toxic encephalopathy that leads to a recognizable constellation of symptoms known as erythism, the Mad Hatter syndrome. Right, so that's a form of toxic encephalopathy. If you happen to work in various smelting industries, you might be exposed to lead and lead fumes, in which case you'll develop plumbism or lead toxic encephalopathy. Right, children that live particularly in inner cities and eat paint chips growing up, they will develop lead encephalopathy as children, and that will be associated with low IQ and so on. And then if you work around fuels or degreasers, if certain occupations in the military, you may be exposed to solvents, and so you can develop solvent encephalopathy. If you work around diesel fumes or jet fuel, you can develop jet fuel encephalopathy, jet fuel psychosis. So it's not at all uncommon in various occupational settings for people to be at risk of various types of recognizable encephalopathies. And the signs and symptoms that manifest with different types of toxic encephalopathies vary a little bit, right? So erythism, Mad Hatter's disease, it's a little bit different than lead encephalopathy. Lead encephalopathy largely affects cognition. We think it can make you a little bit more violent, but it's not typically associated with the types of symptoms that describe Mad Hatter's disease. That is a little more, there's unusual personality, strange traits, cluster B traits associated with erythism. So toxic encephalopathy from mefloquine similarly manifests with a somewhat unique constellation of signs and symptoms. It's recognizable to those that are familiar with it. So the toxic encephalopathy that the drug manufacturer was describing in the product insert at the time that you were given the drug in 1999, this had been reported in the literature. And the characteristics of this toxic encephalopathy were prodromal sleep disturbances, including nightmares, insomnia, building to include anxiety, perhaps a little depression, and then with increasing dose or use or time, including cognitive impairment, manifesting as confusion, right? and occasionally associated with neurological symptoms such as dizziness, or ringing in the ears, or paresthesias.
Okay.
So that is the toxic encephalopathy that was being described. I have, if these symptoms develop during use and then completely resolve after you discontinue the drug, then it would be medically accurate to describe that as an acute toxic encephalopathy. Acute because it lasts just a few weeks, and then on discontinuation of the drug, it resolves. So there's no chronicity, there is no sequelae, so that would be an acute, fully reversible encephalopathy. For many years, many Mefloquine veterans have been told, well, you know, these side effects are temporary and they don't last. What is being implied is that the encephalopathy caused by the drug is acute only. It's not subacute, it's not chronic. We know now that's not correct, right? Drug regulators around the world have acknowledged that an acute encephalopathy, the prodromal symptoms, anxiety, depression, restlessness, confusion that suggest the drug must be stopped, those acute symptoms of toxic encephalopathy, unfortunately generally don't fully resolve, and that even with immediate discontinuation, the encephalopathy becomes subacute and potentially chronic. And so on discontinuation of the drug, if you're left with a residual dysfunction in the brain, then you're now suffering a chronic encephalopathy, a chronic toxic encephalopathic effect. Sorry for the long explanation, but these concepts are a little complicated. And I see this has led to a question.
Yeah, I've got a question for you, Doug. Unfortunately, I didn't bring the package today, but I'll have it tomorrow. Because in my case, I took it in 2002. Now, the package I had expires 2004. Now, I did get the silver blister pack type, right? Because I ended up on the worst part of the spectrum of what it can do to you. I never finished them. But we were told when we got back that you have to take these for another 8 weeks.
Right.
So I want to know that specific Lariam drug. We're not in theater anymore. Did I even need to start putting these, because I refused to because of what happened to me. So I still have the pills, I still have the box, and I'll bring it, I forget what's written on it, I don't know if there was an insert, but is that part of it? Like, let's suppose this drug had no side effects, but it really worked for malaria. Do you have to take it for another 8 weeks when you get back, or you're gonna catch malaria?
Right, I understand. Okay, so why don't we just briefly discuss what malaria is? Sure. And then how militaries have dealt with the threat of malaria, and why antimalarials are dosed the way they are. Does that sound good? Okay. So now, of course, in my case, when we deployed to Afghanistan in the winter of 2006, there probably weren't very many mosquitoes that were flying around and biting, right? So the risk of malaria was probably low at that point. That's an understatement. But let's just assume that for the sake of argument, where you were going was an area where there was some circulating malaria, and so some protection against malaria might not have been unreasonable. But let's just assume that. So the way Western militaries have preferentially protected their troops against malaria since World War I has been through the use of prophylactic schizonticidal antimalarials. So that's a mouthful. So let's go through that. The malaria parasite is transmitted by the female Anopheles mosquito. The mosquitoes suck your blood, feed on your blood, find a wall to hang out on, and they'll eventually grow their eggs and release their eggs, and the life cycle will start over again. In the process of a mosquito landing on you and injecting its proboscis into your skin, there will be in an infected Anopheles mosquito, there will be little tiny sporozoids. So one particular life cycle stage of the malaria parasite, they migrate to the salivary glands of the mosquito so that they can catch a ride as the proboscis inserts into your skin. And so these little sporozoids make their way into your skin, and they migrate to a blood vessel. And they're very good at this. The malaria parasite is very well evolved. The malaria parasite will then catch a ride to the liver, where it will mature in the liver for a number of days. And then once it's finished maturing in the liver, it'll bust out of the liver in search of red blood cells again. And it'll infect the red blood cells and use the hemoglobin in your blood to multiply and grow. And then after the red blood cell has been eaten up, essentially, the red blood cell will burst, and all of these the schizonts will emerge into the bloodstream, where they will cause you to become sick. This is what's dangerous because you're having this toxic reaction to all of the cytokines and everything that's being released in response to this parasitic infection. And so you'll become tired and fatigued. You'll get a fever, and you won't want to move around. You'll just want to lay around. And if you happen to be in an area where there are a lot of mosquitoes, you're not going to have the energy to swat the mosquitoes away because you're sick. You know, you have 104 fever. You feel tired, and so you're going to want to sit outside where the mosquitoes are, and you're not going to want to swat the mosquitoes away. And so conveniently for the parasite, it's very highly evolved. Parasites influence human behavior to effect their survival, right? We have an interesting discussion about how diarrhea assists parasitic
Let's not.
reproduction. But we'll save that until afterwards. And then wait till you hear what sexually transmitted parasites do to you. That's the subject for another day. But anyway, so you're lethargic, and now large numbers. Oh, and you're also breathing out a lot of carbon dioxide. You're breathing out pheromones and attractants that attract even more mosquitoes. And the mosquito says, "Oh, this person's sick," and so the mosquitoes come and feed on you. And it so happens that there are the sexual stages of the parasite, the gametocytes, in your blood. And when the malaria parasite lands on you and takes a blood meal, it sucks up all of those gametocytes, which are the sexual stage, and then they undergo reproduction in the body of the mosquito, and then they eventually make their way to the proboscis and salivary glands, and the cycle starts all over. Okay, but that's beside the point. So we can use drugs to try to attack various life cycle stages of the parasite. Now, the best place to attack the malaria parasite from a drug discovery perspective is when it's in the liver, right? Because once the parasite's made its way into your skin, migrates to the liver where it undergoes its initial few days of growth, it's not making you sick at this point. You're not infectious. You can't make someone else sick because the liver parasite's isolated in your liver. Excuse me, this side. That's your heart. Liver's on this side. Dr. Nevin. I passed anatomy. Liver, spleen, heart. Okay, good. Okay. So the very best place to attack the malaria parasite would be while it's developing in your liver, because if you can get it in the liver, you're not yet infectious to others. And by infectious, I mean a mosquito can't bite you and transmit it ultimately to someone else. You're not, malaria is not directly infectious person to person. And if you can kill a parasite in the liver, you do so before it's made you sick, right? If you wait until the parasite's made its way into the blood, then potentially you could get sick because the malaria parasite, once it gets into your blood, that's how it makes you sick.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, since World War I, since we began using quinine, that natural extract of the cinchona tree, the cinchona bark, quinine is a schizonticide only. It only kills the form of the parasite in the blood cells. It's a schizonticide. It works, but it's not ideal. In World War II, the U.S. military searched for alternative antimalarials, and for whatever reason, they focused again on schizonticidal agents. And so chloroquine was the product of the World War II drug discovery effort. There was a similar drug, quinacrine, or atabrine, which is structurally related to chloroquine, which was widely used in World War II. It had been developed earlier. And like chloroquine, like quinine, it's also a schizonticide. Chloroquine, quinacrine, you can probably guess what type of drug mefloquine is. Any guesses? It's a schizonticide. So mefloquine is a schizonticide only. And so when you take mefloquine, what you're doing is instead of killing the new malaria parasites that might enter your skin, travel to your liver, harmlessly grow at that point before they enter your bloodstream. Instead of killing the parasite then, we just ignore it at those early stages. We let it build up, to large numbers in the blood, and then we attack it, right? Not very efficient from a military perspective. You kind of want to go after your enemy at an earlier stage, right? When they're preparing to attack you, not when they're like imminently about to attack you. But that's what we do. Mefloquine, we just wait until the very last moment to kill the parasite. So we take the military prescribes mefloquine, thinking that you give a large dose of this drug that tends to stick around in the tissues, right? It tends to depot in the fatty tissue, and then hopefully there'll be enough of the drug in your system that it'll ooze out into your blood and kill the parasites as they're infecting the red blood cells, right? So the reason they recommend you start mefloquine a few weeks early, typically 4 weeks, but really it probably should be 6 to 8 weeks before you're exposed to malaria parasites, is so that the drug is at high enough levels in the blood to be an effective schizonicide and kill all the parasites that might enter your blood or that might get into you, that might go on to infect other red blood cells after they've matured. If you stop taking mefloquine the day you leave the malaria area, so think about this. If you stop taking mefloquine the day you leave the malaria area, let's say the levels of the drug start declining at that point, right? If you were bit by a mosquito on the very last day you're leaving the malaria area, it might take a week or so for that malaria parasite to make its way to the liver, mature, migrate, leave the liver, and so the thinking is that to guard against the potential of a malaria infection from those straggler parasites, that you need to keep taking the schizonicide for 30 days, 4 weeks-ish, so that you have high enough levels of the schizonicide in your blood to kill any of those straggler parasites. That's the reason why militaries have traditionally said you need to keep taking chloroquine, mefloquine for a number of weeks after you leave the malaria area. It's because it's really not an optimal drug for prevention of malaria. What would be a better drug? So a better drug would be a drug that kills the malaria parasite in the liver, right? That would be a much better drug, right? Because if you could kill the malaria parasite in the liver before it develops the ability to infect blood cells, then not only is there no risk of that person contributing to onwards transmission of malaria, but there's no way that you're going to get sick, right? Because it's going to sop up all the malaria parasite before they escape into the blood. And the advantage of giving a drug that kills malaria parasite in the liver is that you can pretty much stop taking it when you leave the malaria endemic area, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we've had those drugs for quite some time, right? A drug called Mefloquine, atovaquone proguanil, kills the malaria parasite in the liver. It has schizonocidal properties, but it also has the ability to kill the trophozoites in the myrizoites in the liver stage parasites, which are a much better target for drug action.
Were those drugs around in
Yes.
2000?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I wish,
Yes.
if I could go back in time, I wish I got malaria.
Well, yes, and many. So it ends up that there are many ways to prevent malaria. There are many rational, reasonable ways to prevent malaria. And if I was sitting across from a prospective traveler and we were talking about how to prevent malaria, depending on the circumstances of travel, depending on the risk posed by malaria, and depending on your personal risk tolerance, and depending on how well you as a patient might be able to accommodate various forms of treatment, I might say, look, the risk of malaria where you're going, it's not zero, but this is not an imminent risk. You can't get malaria unless you get bitten by an infected mosquito. And not every mosquito is infectious. And in actual fact, it takes more than just 1 or 2 mosquito bites to get malaria typically. You need more than one virus or one bacteria to get the illness that those viruses or bacteria cause. You need a certain infectious dose. And so as long as you can minimize the risk of mosquito bites, maybe you can wear long sleeves, maybe you can use bug spray, maybe you can just avoid going outside when the bugs are biting. And if the bugs are biting, maybe you can just swat them away, right? If you can do that reasonably, then you may not actually need to take a prophylactic anti-malarial drug, depending on where you're going, right? So long as you're aware that if you do develop a fever, that could be malaria, and as long as you immediately seek treatment at the onset of symptoms that could indicate that you did nonetheless become infected with malaria, then what would the treatment be? If we think you have malaria, it would be the same drugs that we would have been giving you for prophylaxis, right? So if I was going to give you, let's just say, 7 tablets of a certain drug to treat the malaria infection that you might develop, right? And the alternative to that would be for you to take, I don't know, 30 of the same tablet over a period to prevent malaria. What makes more sense?
I have a quick question that's on somebody that's watching this live. Says, why do the general public not need to take all these medications when we travel to these places?
Well, so I would encourage anyone listening who is traveling to a malaria endemic area, or really anyone who's traveling to the tropics, to consult with a travel physician before they travel, right? Because there are diseases, both infectious and non-infectious.
And then they're talking about meth.
Well, okay, so very few travel medicine physicians today will prescribe methadone. Most travel medicine physicians, most family doctors, most doctors who are consulted by prospective travelers will prescribe Malorol, atovaquone, proguanil, because it is objectively a better drug. It's safer. It has a broader mechanism of action. It kills the liver forms of the parasite in addition to serving as a schizonicide. It's obviously much better tolerated, and it's simply more convenient. You can start taking it the day of travel. You can take it 1 or 2 days before travel if you want to be extra safe. It's also very tolerant of missed doses. You can miss a few days of Malorol and just double up or triple up if you happen to miss those days. So it really is. It's as close to a perfect antimalarial as you can get. And there's really no compelling need for any alternative antimalarials besides atovaquone proguanil. It is the drug of choice for most Western militaries today. And as many veterans in other countries will tell you, it has long been the drug of choice of their more senior personnel.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a fascinating question, which I'll probably forget when we come back, but Marge said that we're gonna have
I
a break.
think probably some people are smokers and probably like a little break, you know, to the heat, so.
Yeah.
We've almost been going an hour already, this
Sure,
was really
I think that's a
fast.
great idea, so why don't
Keep
we
your
take,
question in your head.
yeah, 15 minutes, say?
15, 20 minutes, we'll be back here if you want, like
Does that sound good?
stretch, grab a coffee, a donut, yeah.
Is the bar open?
The bar's open.
I want to see.
Want Caesar? Okay, we'll get you-
No, I love
Okay,
there you go.
15, 20 minutes, we'll meet back here.
20 minutes, I'll give you time for a Caesar.
All right.
Okay, what's my phone?
Thank you.
Monitoring with my phone, that's all. Just leave them out, let it run, baby.
So where did these come from?
Marge, well, I don't know if she bring her, but she got it all together. It's,
Megan took the note off for me.
okay, so it's Megan.
And then Jeremy made the little small one. Okay.
I hear my name.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so powered on. Okay, and let it stream, baby. Max, relax. Dave, Brian, nice to meet you. Friend of Mike's? Yeah. Your friend of Mike? Yes, Mayor. Yeah, good job, Mike.
Around the rest of the country. Okay, I'm gonna step up first. Yeah, gross. That's nothing in there.
Well, and then, if you are to disagree with very the onset of this, like, given that seems very good, everything's. Well, they didn't take drug because they were told to snort it. I'm a lawyer, but it's not signed on case. Yeah, fundamentally, the drug is just, so the drug is military use. The drug is not appropriate. You can't use it in a state. That's a very So the more I study this issue, I ask myself, this drug was, and I like I said, that they didn't know. And that's why well, let me ask you this. Isn't it convenient that drugs, reluctance to kill, right? And they might not know how to protect themselves, right? They might be trusting people, but now they're going to war, and they need to hear everything, afraid of everything, stay alert. Right? You're just sitting there and danger everywhere to stay alive, and kill. That makes you anxious. It makes it hard to sleep. It makes it like it's danger everywhere. Isn't that it's very strange. So the more you go down this rabbit hole, and you study what the government knew about the effects of this class of drugs when they discovered these drugs, it's who discovered them. It's like, and who is on your record. You go down that rabbit hole, there's very much circle perhaps. Keep going. We'll see more like a state more. I gotta get up on the rabbit It is fascinating, exactly. Well, it's my pleasure. I'm gonna grab TV. Yeah, we'll have rounds here. Yeah, beautiful little
Take this one, and it costs this, you gotta do this one to count. Yeah. You're not. My body's tugging at the bottom.
Then I got like,
My body wants to. Oh, yeah.
and I just caught myself the other day, I looked over at the side table,
I had
and I was
Yeah, typically like your license up here, so I have.
This is when we're talking about on the hill. Whatever, because they don't want to live here.
Well, and that's, I do need moving forward, so I think that's gonna be one of the purposes, get away from that sort of, so that shouldn't.
She wanted to walk all this other stuff. I don't know to, and I found it, I did tell some.
You're gonna have a muffin or something.
I was saying to Marge, I had dollars during this women's study. We might eat more coffee. So if you were to say, are you gonna? Yeah, 1 hour ago, that's what I was saying. If you don't want to leave, say things, yeah. And we will, yeah, that was it. You have a. Sorry, no, it's okay, it's all good. I'm gonna go get a coffee. Sorry, you're gonna stop. It's okay, no, it's all good, man. It is all good. It's okay, I'll grab it. There it is. Save your card. Save your card. It's all out of my purse. Save your card. No, it was okay. Yes, and so am I. You still have tomorrow. I still have tomorrow. Don't. Okay, thank you so much. Hi. Oh. Yes, me too. Yes. Yes. Yeah, there was more so back in, well, like my second year of the hill. The only other MP that ever came forward for me was John Cummins. Yeah, and he was pretty neat. Yeah, he was phenomenal for the work he put in, yeah, but, Hill. Yeah, I visited with him as a new member of council. Did you?
Why aren't all the other
Well, this is the thing. I don't know if you've noticed, but there's been a few things that we've been dealing with him. With ethical issues and whatnot. And this issue, what is interesting is government's turnover. We've had 3 different leaders. We're now got the right one. Not that the others were anyways. But over time, this is being live streamed on. I'm the only person still on Veterans Facebook page. So there's no institutional awakening tour, and so I've been talking about it again recently, and I to come here. So you're dealing with actually leadership, new leader, all these things, and so I pushed and just said, hey, and so I was able to educate a little bit, and then go, yeah, go. I mean, it is on my radar now, and I look forward to being considered and all this kind of thing. And Dr. Nevin came, because we did a women's study, and he didn't get to say a lot or anything, but he just said this drug, blah, 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 blah.
And he said, well, what he said today, you know, women with pregnancy, they don't even care, they're not, and the liver with the fatty tissues, like, there's so many things. So at least got it back on the radar, and here we go again. It's like, it's really just timing, and really, the liberals sometimes. But the military don't want to do it. The liberal government shut down the army because Shannon was going into the election. Even at committee, the vote came and then Dr. Nevin, she said, how do we get rid of this guy? So we need to give him time of committee to go through this the way you promised. And they wanted Dr. Nevin to just come on screen and say, okay, he won't put up with that.
Well, I think they're trying
Yeah, as soon as the sun goes behind the trees, you know, that's it, it's cold.
Yeah.
It's a different cold, but
Yeah,
it did,
it
it
does.
You know, she said you guys were all, what do you call it? Very good people who experience something, you're a feeder one, but you're not scientists. And they try to make it sound like he's a study elements, so it's all there, but the liberals shut it down.
Yeah.
But
How's
the
it
thing is,
going, are you learning things?
Oh, you did?
Fascinating.
like generations of
Well, and
military
this
people.
is what I said recently to someone, that we're attacking them for all of these issues. And one serious issue is ethical and that's not just for us, money also, so, no. Well, we lost some agents too, and like 2 years ago, two of my colleagues were talking in Wanda, they came to me because I talked to them, and they said, they want so that's what they offered us. Civilians.
When here, they do a little bit of church convention and I got a question.
Right? Well, because the Surgeon General, we want the Surgeon General to have to find a right away. And he said, well, we're not using it any other way because Afghanistan would be on, like.
You know, actually, you know,
Why he said it was why is the government is in Canada?
but,
Yeah.
you know, I think
Well, you know, I think a lot of the doctors have caught on, but they take full and full findings, so unless they're leaving, doctors that are reading all of this, send them to number one and third, other. I asked my doctor about it's kind of, yeah. Now,
this is a perfect
The largest oil acquisition in history, doesn't have enough, take it down, if the laws that were in, continue to move forward. But it's gonna happen, it's gonna have to happen. So we were together. I'm concerned about that, what we have in that.
You think it's
Frequent breaks. Yeah, nobody wants to hear me blab on. Pretty attentive audience, but I think we'll get
questions on our one was where can they find more links? Like maybe links if you talk about link to your studies that you've done.
Yeah, I guess I'll just briefly mention my My website.
That way some of the people that are watching will go there. And the other one is there a list that we know there's not, of operations that are used in, we know it's possibly the first one, because we're all getting unmarked malaria pills, unmarked drugs, by the old military annex line up to Scrub Cat. I was on Calgary in 07. I was senior HD on Calgary. Just did workouts for the golf and then it was oh yeah, I worked with Greg Linker. Jamie and I give each other a hard time for as long as we can. If you want to give Jamie a hard time, you just gotta mention Vladivostok. That's a private conversation. You will not have.
The hat, the army fatigue part of it is actually made out of old uniforms. The guy gets them made up. Limited edition. I'm not allowed to have it.
I was
At least we didn't have the Canadian consul
Yes. That was one of the only times in my whole career where I actually heard an international incident. I'm a C1.
Actually, just they're really
it's easy.
Well, I'll tell her. I'll have my seat. Well, I thought it was kind of yeah, an hour or two, and then I think we'll be really tired because because it'll be somewhere.
I thought you meant you lost it as a Need a bell down there.
You're gonna bring us a zero.
No, they say they have different chops.
So I just kind of screwed it up. I don't think I'm a beer.
I may have one. I was great. There's a nice breeze coming. That's not too bright, is that? No, that's meant to come and hit you. Yeah, that's right. If it does, because people are filming, we'll fix the break. Yeah, a lot of that is turned to large amounts. I've heard that. It's not so much the ability, it's
We're almost back.
Like, don't tell your secrets. Yeah. Sorry. I just sent out a search party.
Yeah, rounded one up.
I don't know where to stand. Anyway. So if anybody can make their way back in, we'll try to carry on with our conference here. Okay.
Just a few more, just around,
Okay.
I sent Dave out there to hear.
Okay. So there's just a few more people and we'll carry on again. Have your questions.
Perfect.
We're building up a pile of questions now for the second part now.
Okay, I'm Charles. Oh, one more. Are we back online? Is our Facebook
We're almost there.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Our Twitter and stuff is going good. I just want to resume. I have a question that I thought we could delve back into the conversation, but we did have somebody on Facebook that was asking, are there any internet links and stuff? And I know if you just Google search, you can find some stuff, but maybe you could share your link to your foundation.
So I mentioned earlier, I've published quite a bit on this topic. A lot of my work's approaching a decade old now, but it's still, still pretty good. It's old. If you just Google my name, Remington Nevin or Dr. Remington Nevin, you'll get my website, and I have a publications page there. And academic publishing, it's really a racket. It really is a racket. These big companies make billions of dollars a year charging universities access to these journals, And if you're just a member of the public and you want to read the scientific research, which in many cases your tax dollars have paid for, you get this paywall where you have to pay like $50 to read the journal article, the book chapter. So if you go to my website, I have all my articles linked there. Some of them are open access, but some of them are behind these god awful institutional paywalls. So if there's a paper, and I try to describe each paper and its important findings in a little blurb. And if you find a paper that is interesting and you want to read it, just email me. And you know, out of fair use, I'll be able to send you a copy. And if you have any questions, you can let me know. But a good chunk of the stuff that's linked there is open access. You can read it, and that should address most of your questions. You know, I encourage every member of the veteran team to read just about everything that's out there. You know, and you will get most of your questions answered, or at least at that point, be in a position to ask really good follow-on questions from that point.
There is now a lot of information available on your site, Mefloquine Awareness Canada. I remember years ago, there truly was nothing. And, you know, and if it wasn't for people like yourself and Marge and Dave and Mike and stuff sharing information, I certainly would have been in a lot worse place.
I suppose to be precise, there was quite a bit of literature, right? Because the drug company the drug companies were promoting this drug, the militaries were promoting this drug, and they were doing so with, you know, all sorts of literature that really manufactured doubt about the dangers of the drug and was being used to promote the drug. I think today they would call that disinformation.
But so right now, it's not, you know, the risks other than these more recently, some of the groups that have formed, there really was not a lot of information in the mainstream about the risks and challenges until
Well,
people got together.
So,
Peers.
you know, with Mefloquine, the conclusions are so obvious. If it weren't for the efforts of various militaries and the efforts of the drug companies to manufacture doubt, to sow confusion about what is so obvious in retrospect, if it wasn't for the deliberate efforts of key scientists who were, in many cases, funded very well by Roche and by government agencies to spread this, in modern parlance, disinformation, if it weren't for their mischievous efforts, it would have been obvious all along the problems with this drug, right? And I suppose that brings us to what we were discussing.
Yeah.
I had a question posed to me. Well, so what are the implications of these warnings, right? We started off the
I guess
conversation.
I'd want to ask,
Yeah.
what would happen if we'd been given the proper warnings that you said that Roche and the other
They
companies
should have been.
should have been given, and in a few examples we've heard from people, we certainly were not given. So what would have happened or should have
Okay,
happened?
so let's work this through. Let's think about this. So in your case, 1999, had you been told what, now, of course, the drug company, if they're ever sued, they will say, well, we said all along. It's right here in black and white. If you're taking this drug to prevent malaria, as you were, and if you develop any psychiatric symptoms, to include anxiety, depression, restlessness, or confusion, the drug company lawyers will say, we tried to warn you, you need to stop taking the drug. And they'll say, we warned you that you could have gone psychotic. We warned you that you could have developed toxic encephalopathy. We warned you that you could have become a homicidal, raging maniac. It's right there in black and white. This is what they'll say. They'll stand up and say, "This, we warned you all along." Right? Okay, so let's think about this. So if you were told that, if someone frankly said, "Look, the U.S. military developed this drug, Mefloquine. It has a pretty sordid history. If we go back in time and we study what we've known about this drug class, you know, throughout history, but we think maybe in at least 50% of you, maybe if we're lucky, 2/3 of you, this might not be an unreasonable drug. It might not be the best drug because, as we discussed, it only kills the parasite in the blood. We could give you a better drug that kills the parasite in the liver, but we don't want to do that. So, regardless, we think this is a pretty good drug. Now, that being said, if they had simply told you this, if the doctor and the commander had sat down and said, all right, you know, here's the drug and here are the downsides, right? Here are the good sides. They would have said, well, now here's the problem. It's a pretty good drug for maybe half of you or 2/3 of you. But for the other half or the other third of you that we're going to give this drug to, has some pretty serious drawbacks. And let's go through this. The first drawback, well, the most important drawback, we'll just stick to the most important drawback. The most important drawback is if you develop any psychiatric symptom, insomnia, vivid dreams, nightmares, anxiety, even mild apprehension, a sense of fear, a sense of foreboding, a sense of unease, maybe a sense of paranoia, any sort of depression, confusion. Now, of course, if you know that you have developed confusion, how you are supposed to know that you are confused if you are confused is a question for another day.
And just being paranoid on top of that, probably.
And being paranoid. But
CC redundancy.
But let's just suppose this is the conversation that your commander is having, right? Let's really think about this. If you were to have received the conversation and the briefing that the drug company lawyers will say you were supposed to have gotten, right? Okay. All right, troops. If you develop any of those symptoms, then you must immediately stop taking the drug. Immediately come to your doctor. You're going to be evaluated and given another drug, right? That would be an appropriate briefing. The drug company lawyers will say, okay. So here's the problem with that. Maybe if you were a tourist and you were leaving the London time zone and you were traveling roughly south to, let's say Zanzibar. It's a few time zones away, but you're not getting a lot of jet lag. So you're flying on a trip to Zanzibar. And all you're doing is you're laying on the beach drinking Mai Tais. And that's your vacation, right? Then those warnings might not be unreasonable, right? Because you're going on vacation. You're not expecting to be anxious. You're not expecting to be stressed in any way. You're not expecting to be depressed. You're not expecting to feel anger. You're on vacation. You're drinking Mai Tais, right? And you're not jet lagged because you're flying roughly in the same geographic area. So maybe, just maybe, those warnings are not unreasonable. But now think about how we're giving the drug in this context. You're going to war, right? You're going to be shot at, potentially, right? You might die, right? So it's not unreasonable to expect that you might experience some degree of anxiety. Maybe, right? Maybe. You might also experience some degree of fear. You might, perhaps not unreasonably, I might quibble with this, but you might not unreasonably attribute any mild paranoia to the fact that you're going to war, right? You might be a little depressed because you're leaving your wife or girlfriend or dog or, the comforts of your life. You might feel a little depressed. And, perhaps critically, you're flying maybe 8, 9, 10 time zones away. You're switching your sleep schedule up. So it wouldn't be unreasonable to think your sleep is going to be disturbed a little bit and you might have some insomnia, right? So all of the symptoms that they tell you, if you develop these symptoms, requires the immediate discontinuation of the drug. Your commander must be expecting that at least some of you are going to experience these symptoms, right? Will it be 1%? Will it be 10%? Will it be 50%? I would posit when you were given the drug, and even when the drug was being developed back in the 60s and 70s, it was known, or ought to have been known, that the majority of troops deploying overseas from the States to a combat zone on the other side of the world would have experienced one or more of those symptoms simply by nature of their being deployed, right? Now, let's think about the warnings. The warnings don't say, if you experience any of these symptoms, perform a lay causality assessment, meaning determine yourself the cause of these symptoms. Determine if the cause of these symptoms is due to your circumstances or whether these symptoms are due to the drug, right? They didn't say that because you are not competent to do that. That is a medical determination. The cause of your symptoms, medical determination. They don't say, if you experience these symptoms, perform a causality determination, and if determined to be due to the drug, discontinue the drug. They don't say that. They say, if you experience any of these symptoms, period, for whatever reason, period. That's what's implied. If you experience any of these symptoms, for whatever reason, irregardless of causality, because you're not expected to know, immediately discontinue the drug. So what are the implications of this? I'll get to you in a second. So the implications of this are as follows. Your commander, at that point, should, if they hadn't realized it before, as your commander was giving you this talk, they should have stopped themselves and realized, hey, wait a second, this doesn't make any sense. You're all going to experience these symptoms, right? And if you do, my sick call is going to be overwhelmed with troops reporting these symptoms. Because one of the things that commanders would say is, look, I'm serious about this briefing, right? You know, sometimes the commander gives a briefing and they say, hey, you know, open door policy, come talk to me if there's a problem. And you know that they don't want to hear about it. But in this particular case, the commander is telling you, no, I really want to hear about this. You need to tell me about this stuff. So at that point, if the commander's thinking, the commander's going to realize, wait a second, my sick call is going to be overwhelmed with troops reporting insomnia because we just flew them eight time zones across the world. They're going to be reporting insomnia because the generator's blaring next to their tent. They're going to be reporting anxiety because they're about to get shot at. They're going to be reporting depression because we all know people, you know, they miss their home life. And so the commander's going to have to go to his doc and say, hey, you need to pack a whole bunch of this alternative anti-malarial drug that the drug label says you need to switch to. Because probably we can anticipate a good number of these folks needing to switch to another drug, right? And then if the commander's thinking ahead, they might say, well, wait a second, since sick call is going to be overwhelmed with troops reporting these symptoms and needing to be switched to another drug, why don't we just proactively just switch everything to the other drug ahead of time, right? Okay, so that leads us to ask the question, why were you not given these warnings? Isn't it obvious why you were not given these warnings?
Because they wanted the side effects.
Well, we'll go down that rabbit hole later if you want. But from a purely pragmatic perspective, I think we can all see that the reason you were not given these warnings, or if you were given these warnings, the reason these warnings were not taken seriously, and the reason that it was an open secret that these warnings were overlooked or trivialized or dismissed as just the work of busy lawyers that had too much time on their hands. The reason is that if these warnings were ever taken seriously, it would have been obvious that the drug was simply not fit for purpose. The drug is fundamentally defective for the military indication for which it was developed, right? Fundamentally, if you take those words in the warning seriously, and today the drug company and the drug regulators, they do take those warnings very, very seriously. But that leads to the inevitable conclusion that they knew or ought to have known all along that the drug was fundamentally defective and not fit for use in military settings, where those prodromal symptoms that required the immediate discontinuation of the drug should have been expected in a significant fraction, if not the majority, of those given the drug for whatever reason, whether due to the drug or not. Right? It's that simple. The reason the warnings were not given is that if they were and you took them seriously, and the person giving you the warnings took them seriously, you wouldn't have been prescribed the drug because it would have been obvious it was not safe to do so. Now, you had your hand up there at the back row.
Yeah, it's just, this is what kills me the most, is that Dave and Mike's tour was the guinea pig tour, where it's like, here you go. And if there's any incidents, report it, and nobody reported. But after a while, 9 years on, of everyone knowing what can happen when you're on this drug, they still gave it to me. Like, I get it if they weren't sure when Mike and them went, now we know. But 9 years later, they're still feeding it to me. And although I was in Afghanistan, my incidents happened in Canada. So I don't want to hear this, you were in theater and combat and all that. No. Everything happened to me in Canada, and I still was forced to take that drug.
So I think what the greater and more important point that you're alluding to is that for many years, well, let's grab that chart, or someone hand me a chart if you would. Okay. Now I have to say I don't formally I can't attest to the accuracy or validity of what's on this chart. This is crowdsourced by veterans who, through their own experiences, have done this. And I think this is a very reasonable first effort, and I think this is mostly correct. I might quibble with a few points, but for the purposes of this conversation, I think this makes the point very well. So many of the symptoms, so many of the prodromal symptoms, which the drug company readily admits are caused by the drug and which require the drug's immediate discontinuation. These are symptoms which can readily be attributed in that setting to your circumstances, right? Oh, you developed insomnia within a few weeks of your deployment. Well, clearly, you're just stressed, you're anxious, you're apprehensive. Oh, you develop nightmares. Oh, well, that's because you're anticipating trauma and your brain is, processing what it might experience. Oh, you developed anxiety in the weeks leading up to your deployment. Well, that's because you're reasonably anxious about deploying. It's very tempting and straightforward for military psychiatrists and others to say, well, there is this disease process called PTSD, and it has these various symptoms, and it's reasonable to me that the symptoms that you are attributing to mefloquine are merely manifestations of this psychiatric process that is well understood, right? It's with the exception of a few pathognomonic neurological effects of the drug, a creative psychiatrist can find a seeming rationale for your developing all sorts of symptoms, right? Now, where the reasoning perhaps will break down is let's say a service member comes back from deployment and reports crippling anxiety, crippling depression, crippling sleep disturbances, and in particular, just gruesome, awful, horrific nightmares. The content of which is just too disturbing to really discuss it in any detail, right? And let's say the service member deployed to a war zone, and of course in a war zone, you might be in some risk, and so they find some putative stressor that they can attribute your development of PTSD to, right? Well, then the diagnosis is obvious, isn't it? At face value, it's post-traumatic stress disorder. But then, now in your case, you said, well, I developed certain symptoms after I started taking the drug, but before I deployed. Okay, so let's explore this some more. So let's suppose that if the psychiatrist, in the 10-minute appointment that the Veterans Administration was kind enough to give you with the psychiatrist, let's say in the 10-minute appointment that you have, the psychiatrist bothers to probe into the details of your nightmare. Let's say they bother to explore not only when the nightmare started, but the content of the nightmare, right? And let's say, because you have a trusted relationship with the psychiatrist, you admit, doc, look, I've been going to these PTSD groups and we're all sitting around talking about our nightmares, and everyone's talking about nightmares of the firefight they had, or their buddy getting killed next to them and so on. And you say, when I was in that group, I just made up a story because I wanted to fit in. I didn't want to be the odd man out because, doc, I got to tell you something. The nightmares that I've been having are of me. Now, trigger warning for anyone listening here. This is a story a veteran actually told me. The veteran broke down and started crying because he had never told this to him. He said, doc, the nightmares that I've been having were of me, and this is X-rated, so I apologize in advance, of me taking a knife and disemboweling my daughter and violating her insides. And these nightmares started after I started taking the drug and before I deployed. And I've been having this and similar themed nightmares ever since. And of course, I don't tell anyone what my nightmares are actually of, because obviously they take my kids with me, right? Right, okay. So if a psychiatrist is presented with this history, then they very well might question their diagnosis, right? Because as we conceive of post-traumatic stress disorder, that really doesn't make any sense. The soldier, weeks before they deploy, even though they were shot at and so on, really the crippling and disabling nature of their psychiatric disorder is the fact that they started having these extraordinarily dystonic nightmares that have nothing at all to do with combat, soon after starting to take mefloquine and before they deploy. That is fundamentally the nature of their disability. It's what made them think that maybe the world would be better off if I killed myself, because then, the monster that my dreams suggest I am would not be, risking, hurting my family, right? And because nobody understands me and nobody can help me, I'm probably just better off gone anyway, right? So if the psychiatric community truly understood this, then they might question whether the diagnosis of PTSD applies. Now, fortunately or unfortunately, if a veteran doesn't have god-awful nightmares like that, thank goodness, but that's not to dismiss the severity of other potentially more conventional symptoms that they might have due to methadone. But I would say it's probably a minority of cases where the circumstances of the symptoms are such that it's very obvious, where you can say, well, this is not PTSD. PTSD can't explain this, right? But more commonly, what you get is a mixed picture, right? Where maybe you had some vague nightmares of monsters and snakes in the weeks before deployment, and then you get overseas, and you might have been in some firefights, and you might continue to have nightmares. Some of them might be monster, demon-based. Some of them might be combat themed and so on. And I've asked veterans this question, and this might be helpful for you to think about. I said, okay, look, post-traumatic stress disorder as a disorder is conceived of as resulting from the terror and trauma of an actual event that was so horrific, an actual event that was so, an actual event as you perceived it. So a threat, real or implied, that you experienced that was so horrific as to leave a lasting impression on you that leads to these recurring subsequent symptoms. Okay. So then I asked the veteran, if you had a choice, and let's say the psychiatrist had attributed all of the symptoms to one particular encounter in combat. Let's say there was some sort of contact with the enemy that they attribute your symptoms to. Okay, so ask yourself this. If you had a choice between re-experiencing the worst combat experience in real life, reliving that, or reliving the worst nightmare, experiencing the worst nightmare you had from the drug, what would you rather experience? My experience has been that many Mefloquine veterans will say, Doc, I will take the real life combat incident any day of the week and twice on Sunday over what I experience in my dreams. Because what I experience in my dreams is completely out of my control. It's more horrific. It's more frightening. I'm completely powerless. At least the traumatic event that I supposedly experienced, according to the psychiatrist, I was in charge and it was okay. You know, like nothing haunts me in reality like my dreams do. I think that's a very potentially helpful way of for a veteran to explore the causality of their symptoms. Now, all of this is just to further reinforce how difficult causality assessment is, right? We could probably sit and debate all day in the case of anyone's individual nightmares. Well, what is the actual cause of that? We could sit and discuss this all day. And so it's not, from a practical perspective, if the drug companies had said, look, if you experience any of these symptoms and you conduct this sort of detailed causality assessment, sitting down with your psychiatrist in your off hours while you're deployed, and after 4 days debating, you decide, well, this is likely to be due to the drug, then stop taking the drug. Like, it's very impractical to imagine doing that, which is why these instructions can only be interpreted as if you experience any of these symptoms, to including symptoms that are easily attributed to PTSD, insomnia, nightmares, anxiety, depression, restlessness, right? If you experience any of these symptoms in the first few weeks of your combat deployment, immediately stop taking the drug. You see, no matter what the cause is of these symptoms, those instructions have to be interpreted as you must stop taking the drug. You see that, right? So to finish along this line of reasoning, I believe there are some cases of veterans who started experiencing psychiatric symptoms that could be misinterpreted as PTSD, where you can describe the history in sufficient detail, and particularly the time course of symptoms with sufficient detail, so as to reasonably exclude other psychiatric diagnoses, most significantly post-traumatic stress disorder. But there will likely be many cases where an opposing psychiatrist, like let's say this ever came, down to a legal fight, there will likely be some cases where the opposing psychiatrist could make a somewhat reasonable argument that, well, these could be purely symptoms of PTSD. And this is, if you really think about it, it's such a fascinating area to explore. And I'll give you just one example. I'll give you one example to illustrate this. So there was a veteran, because it really does raise the question, well, what is PTSD? Where did this come from? Right? Who came up with this? And who came up with the specific diagnostic criteria? So post-traumatic stress disorder, you can be diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder if you experienced an event where you perceived your life to be in danger, where you perceived your life to be in danger. It doesn't say if a reasonable person would conclude their life was in danger. It was you believed your life was in danger. But what if you are laboring under paranoid delusions where you see danger and potential threat in the most benign of circumstances? So I had one veteran who described how he had been diagnosed with PTSD. And I'll change the details a little bit for the sake of confidentiality. But essentially, on his fob, there was a third country national who was cleaning the facilities. And this fellow was a terrorist. He was a known terrorist. This fellow was, I think, in the intelligence field, and he knew this fellow was a terrorist, right? And he was being targeted by this fellow. I think he was a janitor, and so he was cleaning everything. And this fellow had to take great a great effort to protect himself from this fellow who was smuggling in weapons onto the compound, who had guns under his whatever the clothing he was wearing. And he had to actually change his schedule so that he wouldn't be present when the third country national was cleaning, right? Because he was a terrorist and he was after him, right? So the psychiatrist, upon hearing this story, took great sympathy. You know, oh my God, that's awful. How frightening. You know, that this bloodthirsty terrorist was right next to you. He could have entered your sleeping quarters at night. He could have killed you. You know, and you know, you must have been a very important person to have been targeted by this third country national that they smuggled onto the base, you know, specifically to kill you, right? The psychiatrist took him at his word and diagnosed him with PTSD based on that traumatic event, the fear of being assassinated by this terrorist killer. In actual fact, this man was delusional, right? It's a crazy story. It doesn't make any sense. Think about it. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. This man sensed danger where none was present. And yet his psychiatrist fell for it hook, line, and sinker. So he was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. But if I could sit down with his psychiatrist, I would say, look, this man was obviously psychotic. He was obviously laboring under paranoid delusional psychosis caused by the drug, right? Now the psychiatrist might say, oh yes, but according to the diagnostic criteria, if you believe that your life was in danger, whether or not the threat was actually real, and whether or not someone else would have corroborated the threat, it can still be PTSD. And so this raises all sorts of interesting questions, which you know, myself and psychiatrists could probably sit around for days talking about. You know, they would smoke their pipes and they'd be wearing their tweed jackets, and we would sit around and talk about Freud and our relationships with our mothers and so on. And we would explore this question, right? Like, can you develop post-traumatic stress disorder from a hallucination? If you are a tourist and you go on vacation in Zanzibar and you're sitting on the beach drinking Mai Tais, but you're laboring under the delusional paranoid effects of Mefloquine, and as you're sitting on your beach chair in Zanzibar and you watch as a skiff full of Somali pirates runs ashore with AK-47s ablaze, shooting up the beach, killing all the tourists, right? Bullets flying over your head. This is all a hallucination, by the way, right? Can you develop PTSD from the hallucination of being in a firefight? If you ask the psychiatrist that, they have not yet addressed this question. And yet this question is right in front of them because countless veterans have experienced hallucinations like that. Maybe not Somali pirates in a skiff coming ashore in Zanzibar, but you know, maybe, right? Maybe. Maybe a vacation in Zanzibar when you were in Somalia, you might have had a nightmare like that. But the psychiatric community has never come to terms with all of the possibilities that are created by sending troops into a combat zone where a drug they are given could cause them to experience paranoia and hallucinations and fear and symptoms like this that have nothing to do with reality. It's a fascinating question. And should that be considered PTSD or should it be considered something else? I would say it should be considered something else, but I'll concede that, maybe there's more to it than that. Follow.
Yeah, I don't wanna make this situation all about me, but I mean, I told the doctors, the military doctors, what happened to me and what was going on. So that was in 2002. I was eventually medically released in 2005. So I went through ATIP, access to information. I said, I want my whole military file. Anything that has my name on it, I want everything from the day I joined. So I go through it page by page, and then I come across this process from the doctor. These symptoms are likely attributed to the side effects of mefloquine medications. He needs to be monitored. So that was in 2002.
And this was,
Nobody told me.
this was when you were in theater, still on the drug.
Back in, and I told them what's going on. So they write it all down, that's great. But what does being monitored mean, or tell me what's happening, or what's real? Nothing, until I ended up getting released.
So let's just, if the audio's not coming through, let's just summarize. You started taking mefloquine, and while the symptoms you experienced, nothing fortunate about those. If I'm reviewing a case, 9 times out of 10, it's best for my understanding of the case.
Yeah,
For
I'll
the
just
veterans-
clarify for you, because when you started to redo these samples before I
Before
deployed,
you deploy.
I'll give you the situation. We started taking it before we went there.
Before you-
The guys were already getting the dreams, but whatever, we're not even there yet. What happened with me was in the middle of the tour, I had to go back to Canada.
Okay.
But they said, you need to keep taking them, you can't break the cycle.
Right.
So I'm like, okay, so normally I think we were getting them distributed to us on the day, but
Right.
because I was gonna be in Canada for a longer period, they gave me the whole box.
Right.
It's like, you gotta take them, it's up to you to take them.
Right.
While in Canada,
You continue taking
boom,
it.
boom, boom,
Yeah.
everything happened.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
numerous incidents on top of it, but I had to go back in theater, but I didn't stop taking them,
You
because
didn't
I didn't
stop
know what I was blaming it on.
And so when, where and when was that
So then,
note?
before they before they send us home, they wanted to do a debrief, anyone got anything to say, or one-on-one? And I said, well, I think I should tell you what happened while I was in Canada.
Right.
Which I did, and he wrote it all down.
Okay.
But he just wrote it in my medical file, and off I went and got a jug of rum and 6 weeks off and so on.
And what symptoms had you reported to that
Oh,
doctor?
I can't tell you here, no, but I'll talk to you.
But nightmares.
No, we're way past that.
It's, okay,
I went into the other.
right,
no.
but certainly anxiety, depression, restlessness, or confusion.
Not even that, no, I went into the worst possible thing, they're not even on the chart, we'll talk about it later, I want the legal side.
Well, I just want to share, just from a
These
factual
these are
basis.
so, like,
Off,
they
right,
can't
I
even be
understand.
described as PTSD.
They were psychiatric symptoms,
Way, yeah.
Okay,
It's the worst possible
so the question is, if in theater, if you report these symptoms, and certainly in his case, I would think these would qualify, but even if you just went to your psychiatrist or your medical officer and you said, Doc, I'm having a hard time sleeping, I'm feeling anxious, I'm feeling depressed, I'm not feeling myself. Anyone taking mefloquine who goes to their medical officer in theater and reports these symptoms, there is only one correct response from that physician. There's only one. There's only one correct response. And that is, you need to stop taking the drug, period. That's the only correct response. There's a very simple medical term for any other response, and that's malpractice. It's malpractice for a doctor to be told that someone on mefloquine is experiencing psychiatric symptoms, to include anxiety, depression, restlessness, or confusion, and be told you simply need to be monitored. No. You need to immediately discontinue the drug, and you need to be monitored. And what I've written is, look, because these symptoms, anxiety, depression, restlessness, confusion, must be considered prodromal, what that implies is that there's the very real possibility, if not the inevitability, that those symptoms are an early warning sign of the progression of this condition, to include potentially life-threatening symptoms, such as suicidal or homicidal ideation. So if someone that experiences these symptoms and goes to their medical officer and reports these, as they should, they should be, depending on the malaria risk, they may need to be given an alternative anti-malarial drug. Largely that can be avoided, depending on the circumstances. But they need to be monitored. You probably want to take their weapon away in most of the circumstances.
And see, this is what I'm getting at, is that what I was told was, instead of what you suggested was, you know that drug that's making you crazy?
Yeah.
Here's
Take
another package, and
Right.
take it for another
That's
8
right.
weeks when you're back.
Yeah.
And
So-
I never came out of it.
So I think, I'm not an attorney, but I think the term for that is involuntary intoxication, right? Where they knew or ought to have known that you were being poisoned, intoxicated, that there's an adverse effect on your psychic state from this medication. They're aware of that, and they give you more, right? It's as though you show up at the ER, obviously suffering from alcohol intoxication, and they immediately give you more. Now, there is actually, in medicine, there is a reason to give you more alcohol in those circumstances on occasion. But, generally, the cure is not more of what made you sick in the first place, in general, right? But unfortunately, that's what happened. And I think that largely, the individual clinicians involved, the individual physicians involved, they probably just didn't know any better. Had they taken the time to look into this themselves, they could have arrived at the correct answer. They could have arrived at the correct conclusion. They might have had to fight their superiors. They might have had to fight their colleagues. They might have had to go against the grain a little bit, but they could have certainly said, wait a second, this doesn't add up. I've read the label, it says this, you're telling me that we should just ignore this, right? So I'm not particularly critical of my colleagues, fellow medical officers that in those cases didn't do the right thing, but really they ought to have done the right thing. And there are enough examples of individual clinicians over time, right, that did recognize this. There was the example of that one doctor who deployed in Somalia. Does anyone recall his name? The major. What was his name?
Dr. Passy?
Was it Passy or was Passy was the psychiatrist?
Oh, yeah.
But who was there was a family practice doc that deployed in Somalia, and he's gone quiet. But his name appears in much of the Somalia Commission materials. He figured it out. He knew that these symptoms were problematic, and I hope that he did instruct certain service members to discontinue the drug. For what it's worth, I'm hardly heroic in this matter, but I looked into this during my deployment, and it took me a few months, but I did realize, wait a second, we have a problem here, and we did start inquiring of our unit, hey, are you experiencing these symptoms? Well, maybe you want to stop taking the drug, and had I been a little more aggressive with that line of reasoning, I think I would have faced, a lot more pushback, but it was not an entirely unreasonable thing to suggest, right? But really, where does the responsibility lie? The responsibility for this lies not at the level of each individual medical officer who was being told the official party line by docs higher up. It was the higher up docs. It was the higher up policymakers, the folks in Canada at, was it Department of National Defense at the time? They knew or ought to have known, right? Because fundamentally, they're the ones issuing guidance to the frontline docs. They certainly, at the time, they should have known, right? And they should have promulgated guidance down the chain of command, and didn't, right? Yeah. So go ahead. Yeah.
So I know the question's been asked once or twice, but I don't know if you wanna go down that rabbit hole yet, is what was their ulterior motive to continuing to give this to people?
Well,
That may be that case,
right. So
we know that.
If I may add on to that too, please, it's kind of, and is there been an acknowledgement of this negligence from DND, DOD down the States, or any government body so far?
Well, so now keep the context in mind, right? So the veterans in many jurisdictions are taking various forms of legal action against either the governments or in some cases individual doctors, depending on the context. In the civilian world, there have been a number of cases where individual civilian plaintiffs have taken action against individual doctors for failing to warn. And I believe, from my perspective as a doctor, being asked the question, well, what was the standard of care? Or what should have been done, right? It's very obvious that there was a gross failure, right? A gross failure to recognize what was written in black and white all along, right? And we're all familiar with the idea of the boxed warning, the black box warning, right? Fundamentally, what a boxed warning is not inherently new information. When drug regulators put a boxed warning on something, they're not necessarily adding new information. They're not saying, oh, we used to think the drug was safe, and now we're pointing out it's not safe. That's not necessarily what's happening. What they're saying, what they're often saying is there was information that we knew all along that was buried in the product insert. And now, because we thought this was enough, for you, the doctor, to read this, take notice of it, pay attention to it, and counsel your patients appropriately. We thought it was enough. Oops, we goofed, our mistake. Now we're going to pull it out of that section buried on page 4 out of 15 in the label, and we're going to put it right on top, and we're going to boldface it, and we're going to put a big box around it. A boxed warning, right? That's essentially what happened in 2013 in America. They essentially took information that was already in the label, and they just said, hey, pay attention to this. You guys haven't been paying attention. Please pay attention to it. What a box warning does is it makes it more difficult for a doctor to claim ignorance. It makes it more difficult for the pharmacist to claim ignorance. They really should have known all along. But people being people, busy practice, 5-minute appointments, So the box warning draws attention to important information that may or may not have previously been identified. And in 2013, what the box warning primarily said was, hey, if you take this drug and you experience any symptoms, you must immediately stop taking the drug. And we know this was fundamentally the important information accompanying that change because in Europe, that box warning was accompanied by a checklist that was put out by the drug makers. It basically reiterated this. It asked the question, here's a checklist for prescribers to use before they prescribe the drug. Have you counseled your patient that when taking this drug, if you experience any psychiatric symptoms, to include insomnia, nightmares, anxiety, depression, restlessness, or confusion, you must stop taking the drug, right? So it's obvious. But arguably, we should have known this all along. Your doctor should have known this all along, right? So how can anyone, how can any organization, how can any doctor claim that they had no idea, that they shouldn't have known, right? They might say, well, look, the product label's really big, and we didn't have time to go through every line, and Roche was funding authors to publish journals and in between skiing in the Alps, with their large payments, for their work, they were publishing these articles that said, oh, don't worry about these symptoms. Maybe the travelers are just taking drugs, and it's all in their heads, right? So there was this manufactured doubt, they might claim, and so they didn't know anything. But if you read the label, it's right in there. It says unequivocally, if you're taking the drug and you experience these symptoms, you must stop. How do you argue that? So I suppose when it's so obvious, right? Like when it's so obvious that you've made an error, and maybe they all realize this in retrospect, but when it's so obvious that you've committed an error, unless you're willing to get your checkbook out and write a very, very, very big check, I would think the only response is to deny it, right? I mean, and I suppose to some extent, these folks feel that they have some sort of fiduciary duty to the government to protect against a massive payout, right? I mean, I recall I was in DC, and I was speaking with an old colleague of mine who by this point had separated from the military, and he was working at a very high level at the VA, at the Department of Veterans Affairs. And in our conversations, he casually admitted that the U.S. military had made a very big mistake about this drug. Essentially, he, privately to me, had conceded what many veterans have been hoping all along, that some government official would simply get up behind a podium and say, look, we got to come clean, we goofed. But what he said, this was telling, right? What he said was, look, Ren, he called me Ren, he said, Ren, what would you have us do, right? If we do what you say, we should do, then we would essentially be inviting every veteran in the country who's ever deployed to drive their pickup truck to Fort Knox and back up the bed to the loading dock and just shovel, a couple scoops of gold into everyone's pickup truck. Because the payout is gonna be unimaginable. The extent and severity of the malpractice is beyond comprehension. This was essentially what he was telling me. He was saying, because of what a massive mistake this was, the only thing we can do is deny it and continue to cover it up. And there's an expression, at least in the United States, I don't know if you share it here in Canada, but because of this tension, because of this almost fiduciary duty that government doctors and government policymakers have to protecting the public's purse, because of this sense of duty, because they don't want to be responsible for bankrupting their employer, there's this understanding among veterans that it is the unstated policy of the VA to, we can all say it together, delay, deny, wait till they die.
Yeah.
Right? Delay, deny, wait till they die. And from their perspective, every month they can forego admitting the massive negligent nature of what they've done. They save hundreds of millions of dollars, right? Right, because some veterans inevitably take their lives, right, out of frustration or impatience or for whatever. And so there's $1 million they've just saved, right? Or 2 million with inflation, maybe 3 at this rate, maybe 10 at this rate. Or 100 if you studied Weimar Germany, but that's a subject for another day. And short of suicide, an accepted claim, an accepted disability claim might be $2,000, $4,000 a month, averaged over how long? So the more they can wait for that reckoning, the more money they can save. And I suppose, by some sort of perverted logic, they might say, well, look, there's only so much money, and we have to care for lots of veterans. And if we bankrupt the VA taking care of these Mefloquine veterans, we're not gonna have any for the Vietnam veterans, and we're not gonna have any for the Korean veterans, yada, yada, yada. So it might be a purely pragmatic, sort of Machiavellian kind of decision.
They'll get the company of lack of honor and disrespect.
Well, so those are not common characteristics among senior Defense Department officials. These are, from their perspective, those are personality failings that are limited to the lower ranks, right?
Talking evidence. You're getting a great deal of benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
So how many lawsuits does it take to bankrupt the country?
Well, what if they had done the right thing in the first place? You wouldn't have this money issue. The whole intent
Right.
around it could have very well been that it was so much less expensive. They got it free originally.
Well,
Because they were supposed to be monitoring.
And if I be devil's advocate as well, even if the payout amount is to bankrupt the whole nation, it's the position of principle that there was an error committed and that they are trying to correct that error. So even if at the end of the day they're still not getting a monetary amount at which they deserve, it's the principle at which they are correcting, which I think for some of the veterans in this room was all that some are asking for, that what they went through is acknowledged and respected, and it's the truth, if I may say that.
Right,
And take the politics out of that, the government said you're asking for more than we're willing to give.
This leads to a good,
Sorry.
this
I'm
leads to a
just
good.
gonna interrupt you
Go ahead,
guys for
Mark, yeah.
1 second. I wanna apologize for this noise. They have a celebration of life going on that just, I booked it too, and seem to wanna tune a piano that's already tuned. But I told them we're here, so hopefully we'll,
Okay,
I
thanks.
know it's bad back here, maybe move up a little. We'll break in a half hour, okay? I'll leave you guys.
Sure. Yeah, so that, and we've been delving deep into fairly intense topics, and which is fantastic, and it makes us all more knowledgeable, and a little expertise is what we've all picked up. But how would you perhaps coach us to give a elevator pitch type? I've got a minute to talk to somebody. What is the key issues? How do I get that across? Because all of us, I know myself, I get asked all the time, and what is this about? So how can I efficiently and quickly explain it without getting into the deeper knowledge, which is critical and important? So what would you coach us for?
So
Elevator pitch.
yeah, there are a few, there's a lot of important context that Mefloquine veterans need to keep in mind. I've spoken to many Mefloquine veterans, and they approach this issue as though everyone is affected by this. And that's not the case. That's not the case. We do have to acknowledge that not everyone that takes this drug is going to be affected, right? If that were the case, this drug wouldn't have lasted more than a year, right? The reason the military has been able to get away with using this drug for so long, the reason the VA has been able to deny these effects for so long, the reason the drug companies have been able to elude legal liability for this for so long, is because these effects are not universal at prophylactic doses. At prophylactic doses. If I take a room full of people and I dose them with increasing amounts of mefloquine, if I give everyone one tablet and I wait an hour, and those that have symptoms leave the room, and if I wait and then I give everyone another tablet, and those that experience symptoms leave the room, the room will progressively empty out hour by hour. There may be a few stragglers, but I can give them enough mefloquine for the drug to overwhelm whatever biological defenses their body has against its toxicity. And they will experience the same constellation of signs and symptoms that more sensitive mefloquine veterans experience. At prophylactic doses, our best estimate is that a minority of those who take the drug once a week will experience some degree of prodromal symptoms that require the drug's immediate discontinuation. And provided that they do as the drug label suggests and discontinue the drug immediately, like for example, civilian travelers, if they're drinking Mai Tais on the beach in Zanzibar and they are aware that something's not right and they were properly counseled, they'll stop the drug and hopefully they'll be fine. They may report nightmares to the drug regulator, but hopefully they won't be lasting and hopefully they'll make a full recovery. They may sometimes wonder in the future, gee, was I affected? But it won't be terribly disabling. They won't suffer disability from it. Now in the military, it's a little different because you don't have the option of discontinuing the drug, or you may not have had the option of discontinuing the drug. In many cases, as you suggested, you were ordered to continue taking the drug, right? So you were ordered to keep taking the tablet. In those instances, so in military populations, a larger proportion of those taking the drug are likely going to be affected by disability due to the drug, predominantly because of the conditions of ordered mandatory use and the inability of military members to follow the directions of the manufacturer in discontinuing the drug at the onset of symptoms, right? So what percentage of military personnel are going to be affected? We don't know with certainty, but based on my experience, counting the number of cases of disabilities in a well-defined cohort. So for example, in a given company, how many folks have been identified with disability, knowing that the company was ordered to take the drug continuously. Based on that and other corroborating data, which corroborates the rough order of magnitude estimate, I think it's probably going to be shown to be at least single-digit percentages of cohorts ordered to take a tablet a week continuously. Single-digit percentages will develop some degree of permanent disability. Now, what does this mean? If it's 10%, let's just say it's 10%, right? And let's suppose that that the other 90% may go on to develop things like PTSD and TBI under the same circumstances, right? So in that case, the effect of mefloquine is going to be diluted in that group, isn't it, right? Because it's not everyone that took mefloquine that goes on to develop these problems. There's PTSD, there's combat trauma that does cause PTSD, there are IEDs that do cause TBI, and there are other psychiatric disorders that develop for the usual reasons people develop psychiatric disorders. So in the population, if the military or the VA, or if they hire some professors at an Ivy League college to study the very flawed literature on this topic, they are going to erroneously conclude that there's no effect due to mefloquine, right? Because we've studied these groups that have all been given mefloquine, and we don't see a strong effect relative to groups that deployed to the same location and weren't given mefloquine, right? Okay, So this is the fundamental problem. This is why we're all here today at this stage in the fight, is because the studies that have been done and the science that has been done and the questions that have been asked have been the wrong questions. The question is not of soldiers given mefloquine, how many go on to develop problems, right? Like, what is the risk of permanent disability among troops given mefloquine? That's not the right question, because we know that if you take mefloquine and you don't develop these symptoms, then it's not a problem, right? And we all know there are plenty of people that say, well, I took mefloquine, I took it for a whole year and I'm just fine. What are you guys complaining about, right? We're all familiar with these people, right? Okay, great, good for you. I'm glad you didn't suffer the life-changing, life-threatening disability that many of your fellow veterans did. Did you experience any symptoms at all during your use of the drug? No. Okay, so you were not subject to the drug company's warnings that if you develop psychiatric symptoms such as anxiety, depression, restlessness, or confusion, these must be considered prodromal to a more serious event and the drug must be discontinued. You are not part of that class of exposed people. You may have taken mefloquine, but you didn't really take mefloquine in the sense that it got into your brain and had an effect on it, right? And it's kind of the difference between a good scientist asking you, all right, have you been exposed to tobacco your whole life? And you say yes. And the doctor says, well, isn't that funny? You haven't developed lung cancer. Well, if your exposure to tobacco was you just worked in the tobacco fields of Tillsonburg, Ontario, for argument's sake, and you just picked tobacco, and you never actually put it into a piece of paper and rolled it up and lit it and inhaled it. If you were never exposed to inhaled tobacco smoke, then you're not at the same risk of lung cancer as people that did, right? In epidemiology and medicine, the type of exposure matters. And so the reason I'm going on about this is I want to get to the point of what's the key point that we need to emphasize. So we're getting there. We're almost there. The key point is this. It's not that you took mefloquine. Don't emphasize that. Don't emphasize taking mefloquine. What every veteran I've talked to has experienced. I've never spoken to a veteran who has claimed permanent disability from taking mefloquine, and they report, oh, doc, I took mefloquine when I was overseas. I took it every week faithfully. I never had any problem, and it was only 10 years later that I developed awful nightmares, depression, anxiety. I've never had a veteran say that. Why? Well, because that wouldn't be mefloquine that caused that problem, right? Every single veteran who's claiming disability from mefloquine is reporting what? They're reporting symptoms during use of the drug. The very symptoms that are listed in the product insert as requiring the immediate discontinuation of the drug. So the exposure of interest is not that you were given mefloquine. That's not important. Well, it is important in the sense that you wouldn't be in this situation if we hadn't used mefloquine. But the problem was not that, well, the problem was that you were given mefloquine in the first place. It was fundamentally defective for the indication it was developed for, but let's just put that aside. We are all here today because you took mefloquine and you experienced symptoms during your use of the drug. And in most cases, you were told, instead of being told correctly, you must immediately discontinue the drug. Instead, you were told, ignore those warnings, don't pay them any attention, continue taking the drug. You were involuntarily intoxicated. So the exposure of interest is, in many cases, prolonged involuntary intoxication with the drug, exposure to the drug in a prolonged manner contrary to the very warnings of the drug's manufacturer. Not every veteran will have experienced those particular circumstances, but you did. So we need a term for this. I have termed this symptomatic exposure. So all of the studies that I've cited, right, all the studies that their experts will hold up as proof that mefloquine is harmless, what is the exposure that they will cite? What is the exposure that they will use in these studies? Not symptomatic exposure. It's just, oh, well, these veterans took the drug. That is irrelevant to this issue, right? We know that many people will take the drug and not experience any symptoms during use. They are at no risk of lasting disability. Zero, none, as far as we know. for the purposes of this argument, I will concede that there is zero risk of permanent disability. The risk of disability comes from being involuntarily intoxicated. Taking the drug and experiencing symptoms and being told, ignore those symptoms, keep taking the drug. Symptomatic exposure. And there isn't, with the exception of one study that conveniently the other side chooses to ignore, with the exception of one study, all of the other studies that have been published do not ask the correct question. They don't ask, all right, veterans, of you veterans who are being seen in our psychiatric facility, how many of you took Mefloquine and experienced psychiatric symptoms during use? That would be the correct exposure. We'll put you in one box and we'll study your outcomes, and then everyone else who either didn't take Mefloquine or who took Mefloquine and didn't experience symptoms, we'll put you in another box and we'll follow you and we'll see who has more problems. Had they done that, had they done those studies, had they taken, let's say, a unit, a brigade-sized unit deploying to Somalia, 1,000 or so people deploying to Somalia, and they'd said, all right, of you folks, of you 1,000 folks, who took Mefloquine and experienced symptoms? Okay, there's about 100 of you. All right, take a look at you over here. How many of you took Mefloquine and didn't have any problems, or took another anti-malaria? There might be 900, right? Follow those, right? Of the 100 that took Mefloquine and experienced symptoms, right? How many of those might today go on to be disabled? We all know from personal experience, don't we? Right? I mean, if you can go back in time and you can think about your unit, and you think of those who experience nightmares and anxiety and so on, a good number of those folks are still suffering those symptoms today. It's not a trivial number. It's a sizable percentage. What precise percentage it is, we can perhaps discuss at some point in the future, but it's not trivial. It's not a small number. It's a significant percentage, right? And then you have to, and now we might say, well, it's 100%. Some people might say it's 100%, and I'm sympathetic to that perspective. If you're experiencing symptoms during use of Mefloquine, and particularly if they're quite pathognomonic symptoms, like the really weird nightmares, or the confusion, or psychotic-like symptoms, if you've experienced those symptoms acutely, in my experience, there's a very, very, very good chance you will be permanently disabled from those, particularly the confusion. But for argument's sake, let's just say there are some people that will experience those symptoms and not be completely disabled. The real question is, are you at greater risk of disability, all-cause psychiatric disability, if you're in that group versus being in the group that didn't? That's the type of study that needs to be done. That's the type of question that we need to be asking, right? And thus far, the government is claiming that you are not entitled to disability, you are not entitled to benefits, you are not entitled to a victory in your suit because there isn't scientific evidence. Well, they're not asking the right scientific questions. Because the exposure of interest is not, did you take Mefloquine? The exposure of interest is, did you take Mefloquine and experience psychiatric symptoms? It would be as if the tobacco companies, in trying to defend against lawsuits, studied a whole bunch of tobacco retailers, right? People behind the counter at convenience stores, and said, look, these people have had 50 years of exposure to cigarettes. They're picking up the cigarette packs off the shelf and they're handing them to the customers. These people have had 50 years of continuous exposure to cigarettes, and not one of them has developed lung cancer. So therefore, no one can say that cigarettes cause lung cancer. That's what the government is saying. They're saying they have all of these studies, and they have brilliant professors from Ivy League colleges that are experts in their field, who have said that there's no evidence at all that Mefloquine causes chronic disability. They are looking at the wrong exposure. They're looking at the wrong exposure. Okay, so this brings me to my point. The elevator speech. What is the elevator speech? We need to be screening veterans for symptomatic exposure to Mefloquine. We need to be asking the question. We need to be sending out letters to veterans. We need to be putting messages out on the radio. We need to be telling doctors to screen their patients. We need to ask them the question, hey, you were a veteran that was at risk of exposure to Mefloquine, because starting with the Somalia campaign, well, actually even a few years before in Canada, we were using this drug that has potentially catastrophic effects on your mental health. So we need to be identifying those folks that could have been affected by the drug. So we need a targeted campaign, reaching out and identifying these veterans. How are we gonna be doing it? We need to ask the question, hey, have you taken Mefloquine? And during use of the drug, did you experience psychiatric symptoms such as anxiety, depression, restlessness, and confusion? And if so, if you had that history of symptomatic exposure, you need to go see a doctor. We need to sit down and take a detailed history. We need to learn more about when these symptoms started, when you were given the drug, what warnings you were given, right? What information were you given? And how did your symptoms evolve? And what have your symptoms been previously attributed to, right? Oh, you've been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. Let's go through your history and see if that diagnosis makes sense in light of what we now know. Let me ask you about your dreams. Are you having nightmares about this combat incident that happened while you were in Somalia? Oh, no. Your nightmares began before deployment, and they were of monsters at the foot of the bed attacking you, and that's what you were afraid of? And while you were deployed, even though you saw some bad things, you actually hallucinated even worser things? You see, if all we do as a community is get the medical community and the government to acknowledge the importance of symptomatic exposure and have some sort of targeted outreach so that those folks can be identified, called in, and asked questions, I guarantee you this problem will be solved in a month. Because what will happen is all the psychiatrists that have been dealing with complex patients that they can't understand, that they can't figure out, the cases that have gone on to be called complex PTSD or whatever, the cases that have been attributed to personality disorder or this disorder or that disorder, the folks that have 20 different diagnoses in their charts. If the psychiatrists go through this process, if the nurses go through this process, if the folks at the VA go through this process and identify their complex cases and realize that a large number of these complex cases have this consistent history of symptomatic Mefloquine exposure, then we're done. Because the community will immediately recognize this as a problem. And then you're gonna see doctors come out of the woodwork with research proposals and case reports and studies. They'll, even in the absence of government funding, they will do the work themselves because it will have clicked by then. It's really that simple. So you asked me many, many moons ago, I'm sorry I'm rambling, but you asked me, what is the one message? What is you have 30 seconds in an elevator with someone, right? A policymaker or something. What we have to do is we need, and you don't even need the government to acknowledge this is a problem. You just need them to accept the screening, right? The same way we screen veterans for TBI, the same way we screen veterans for history of military sexual trauma, I hope we do, the same way we screen veterans for PTSD symptoms and depression symptoms. We need to start screening appropriate cohorts of veterans for a history of symptomatic Mefloquine exposure. Our group, the Quinnism Foundation, we have a simple 2-question screening survey, which is in the public domain. It can be used. There are other ways to do it. But essentially, all the government needs to do is get the veteran community to be screened with 2 questions. Hey, did you ever take Mefloquine? Small round white pill, smaller than dime, right? Taken once a week. Did you take that pill? Yes. Okay. During use, did you experience insomnia, nightmares, sleep disturbance, anxiety, depression, restlessness, or confusion? Yes. If you answer yes to both questions, you need to be brought in and have a sit-down interview with someone that'll get to the bottom of your Mefloquine. That's it. So bottom line, what do we need? What's the elevator speech? We need the government to mandate and fund and acknowledge the need to screen the veteran population for a history of symptomatic Mefloquine exposure. Done. That's it.
Nice.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem that complicated.
It doesn't seem that complicated. And here's the problem. If now they know our plan, so they're not gonna do it. Unfortunately, I'm just giving away the plan. But the reason they probably don't wanna do this is because they know what I know, that if they do this, then it will be so obvious, right? Because think about it. Think about the population of veterans that you might be going to this psychiatry clinic with, or that you might be, seen in clinic with, all the Mefloquine veterans would screen yes, would screen positive to that kind of instrument, wouldn't they? And all the veterans that really aren't having the same kind of problems, they wouldn't, right? I mean, that's it. I mean, pretty much everyone who in this room who considers themselves disabled by Mefloquine would screen positive on that instrument. Raise your hand. Yeah, right? Yeah, so there you go. I mean, that's pretty much all we need to do. So if we had one request, if I had the Secretary of Defense or the Secretary of VA, or that former colleague of mine who was worried about bankrupting the government, if I had one wish from one of those people, I would say we need to implement some sort of universal program of screening for symptomatic Mefloquine exposure.
I think we're going to take a short break, but
We'll
do a couple more questions first for sure. Go ahead, please.
We've identified the what, we've identified the why.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm jumping the gun for this period, but many veterans either designated PTSD, anxiety, depression, have been infected by the Mefloquine. How do we treat it? Because getting medical assistance, especially in this day and age, we have trouble getting doctors that'll see us.
Right.
So
yeah.
how do we help our brothers and sisters
Well,
treat this ourselves?
So the simple answer is I don't know. I as a doctor, as a scientist, I can't tell you based on any sort of reasonable evidence, I can't give you an answer. And that's because I don't want to, I have my suspicions, and I can share what other people have told me may work, but that's different. As a scientist and as a doctor, I can't tell you. And let me explain the reason why I can't tell you.
I understand it's a case by case.
Well, it probably
there are similarities.
Let me briefly explain how we go about developing treatments for conditions. Okay, so well, in the old days, doctors would just try lots of stuff, right? They would just throw a lot of stuff against the wall, hoping something would stick, right? They would experiment on their patients in the hopes that maybe something would stick, and then they would develop personal experience with something that seems to work a little better, and they would do that on more and more patients, and then either it was actually truly effective and they were correct, or they might just fool themselves into thinking that it was working, or maybe it was just a natural progression of the disease getting better on its own, and they would attribute the improvement to the drug. That was a very unscientific way of developing treatments. Today, the way we develop treatments is we use appropriate scientific epidemiological methods to test a proposed treatment against something like a placebo that we would not expect to have any benefits. And the difference in efficacy between the placebo and the purported treatment is the degree of benefit of that drug. So, and how we do that is we take people with the disease, right? We find, let's say, 100 people with PTSD, let's say, and we give half of them at random some treatment. Let's say MDMA, right? And then we'll use something novel, MDMA. And then we give the other half, the other 50 who've been selected at random, we give them I don't know, a sugar pill or something, something that's not expected to have any effect. And we don't tell them what they got. Now, if you got MDMA, you probably know you got MDMA, right? Hopefully. So, ignoring the fact that you might be unblinded to your treatment because it's so obvious, the ideal kind of drug treatment study is one where you take a whole bunch of people with the disease and you randomize them into two groups, typically. Two groups, one half that gets the intervention, the other half, roughly, that doesn't. And you just follow them for a month or a year or 10 years or whatever, and you just count how many get better in the treatment group versus how many get better in the non-treatment group. And if a whole bunch more in the treatment group get better, a whole bunch more, because it might just be luck, but if a whole bunch more get better in the treatment group, then you can say, looks like the drug works, right? So we're not yet at the point where we can do that, right? It's hard enough doing that well, even for existing diseases. PTSD, for example, it's actually pretty hard. to develop really convincing evidence that this treatment does well. For example, MDMA. They tried to get that licensed in the States to treat PTSD, and they did studies kind of like that. And the FDA said, well, we're not really convinced. No, we're going to put approving this on hold for a while. So it's really difficult to do studies of this nature well. But a prerequisite for doing a study of this nature, a prerequisite for doing a study where the doctor could say at the end, hey, look, I've looked at the data, I've read the paper, this drug is going to work, I think. There's a good chance this drug is going to work. And, I'm reasonably sure it's pretty safe too. To get to that point, we have to do these studies first. And a prerequisite to doing that study is having a definition of the disease such that you can put an ad out in the paper or whatever and get 100 people with the disease to come in and do the study, right? So at this point, we're not at the stage yet where, let's say somebody gave me $1 million. Well, with inflation, $5 million, no.
Yeah.
Will that even get you a condo here? Okay, so $10 million. $10 million. So, Dr. Nevin, here's $10 million. Do a study on some veterans. Figure out if ketamine works for veterans. Let's just say, right? Okay, I would need to get 100 veterans with mefloquine poison. Now, I know a veteran with mefloquine poison or mefloquine encephalopathy or Kuhn's. I personally know how to identify those veterans. I feel good about that. But I would need to be able to convince my colleagues in the medical community that I know how to do that. And that would require some consensus, not just me saying it. It would require some consensus within the medical community that, okay, yes, this is a recognized disease entity and these are the diagnostic criteria and so on. And, at this point, I might get some doctors agreeing and so on. But we really want strong consent. We don't want it to be a contentious issue in the medical community. We want the medical community to be fully on board, understanding that this is a true disease entity and these are the diagnostic criteria. I spell that. So we're not there yet, you see. So if someone gave me $10 million now, I might be able to do a study on some of the veterans in this room and maybe some more, and then do a study of that nature. But the problem is that would be putting the cart before the horse. Most likely, people would view that as putting the cart before the horse, because I would be doing that without consensus in the literature and consensus in the community of what constitutes a case of mefloquine poison. You see?
But somebody has to go first.
Somebody has to go first, right? And okay.
Hey?
There are
You're old enough
instances.
to rock the boat now.
There are instances where really stubborn doctors that are just frustrated at the pace of progress in the medical community have basically done it all themselves, right? They've come up with case definition, and they've started the treatment protocols, and they've done the science and so on. And occasionally that does work. Occasionally it does work. But I suppose maybe I could be faulted for not doing that myself at this early stage. I don't have $10 million. If someone gives me $10 million, I'll reconsider. But I don't have that. But
When I win the lottery, I'll.
well, yeah. But I think here's what I think. I think it would be better. My personal opinion is that I think it would be better if other doctors, if others in the medical community saw the benefits of this, realized for themselves, hey, wait a second, we have a problem. There are a lot of veterans with this weird constellation of signs and symptoms. They seem to have this history of symptomatic exposure that we've identified through the screening program that I just described. And it would be a lot better if, instead of just crazy old Dr. Nevin, who, according to them has a chip on his shoulder or he's just out there or whatever they're going to say, it would be, instead of it being me, it would be better, I think, if there was some completely independent doctor that came to the same conclusions as me and decided to do this study themselves, because it would be a lot more difficult to dismiss those findings, wouldn't it? So science is one of those things where, it's said that science progresses one funeral at a time, and what they mean by that is that it isn't enough for one doctor to make a finding and have it be convincing and compelling and meet all the standards of evidence and publish it. That's not enough. The old guard sort of needs to be replaced with a new generation of people that see the problem differently. And so it's usually not just one person, it's a new generation of doctors coming in. And I really do think that it's been enough time passed since mefloquine has been the subject of all of this manufactured doubt. I really do think there's the opportunity for a new generation of psychiatrists, pharmacologists and so on to become interested in mefloquine poisoning or quinism as a disease entity and study it independently without any sort of input from me or some of the others that have maybe laid some of the foundations for this. And I really do think that I mentioned earlier that if we were to simply screen the veteran community for this history of symptomatic exposure, I think that would be enough of a catalyst for people to independently propose treatment protocols of the type that I've just described. I really do, because this is such a large target. It's such a juicy, low-hanging fruit. And I really do think it just needs the smallest of catalysts for it to happen. Now, I don't want to get your hopes up. If we were to get the Prime Minister to acknowledge this tomorrow, right? Or the next Prime Minister to acknowledge this tomorrow, and just do one thing and commit to having Canadian veterans screen for this. And that creates enough of a spark in the clinical community that they recognize this is a plausible cause of the problem, enough that they propose tentative case diagnostic criteria for the disorder, and then immediately start treatment protocols. If everything goes well, it'll still be 5 years or more before they might identify a treatment that could potentially be licensed for use in these, right? That's a very slow process. I think when PTSD was first accepted as a diagnostic entity in 1980, I think it was the better part of 15 to 20 years, if I'm not mistaken. I believe it was the mid-90s until the first pharmaceutical underwent a trial for treatment. So and I think we would shave a significant amount of time off that, but it's not an immediate sort of thing. Okay, so now that in the interim, what could we do? And we'll talk about that maybe after the break.
Yeah, I'm gonna break you guys.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I'm about to break something over there, so. We do. So here's my question. Do you want to take a break, go downstairs, find a place to all sit down there and communicate, or is you want, we've been 3 hours at this already, so we started at 11, it's 2 now, that's 3, isn't it? Sure, okay. Anyway, do you wanna carry on in here? Is this okay for you, or would you rather we all just go downstairs? How are you feeling?
Well, I don't mind.
Yeah, I know, we're good. I think the only ones back there should come up here where it's not so bad. The piano wasn't there much, but there is a celebration of life and it's starting at 2. So that's why we're getting interrupted. If you have, it's totally up to you guys. I just want you to be comfortable. So let's take a 15-20 minute break, come back, finish up our questions, and then we'll all be downstairs and we'll do some one-on-one.
Sounds good.
Okay?
Everyone back in 20 minutes.
That would be 2:20 or 2:15. Not really. Need a drink right now? Water.
I just want to say thanks so much. I'm not sure if we'll be here tomorrow. Okay, so
Yeah, I'm gonna be in one.
awesome. Awesome.
See you tomorrow.
It's getting hot, it's hard to dress for it.
I was like, it's so convenient. Yeah, I'll open it. It is, we're trying to cook for right, but not while he's not. I want to cool the room. Yeah. It's just, yeah, but if we.
Well, I'll be here tomorrow. Yeah, so I'll be here. I'll stick around a little bit after the day. Hang out downstairs and I'll be at the event tomorrow.
Okay.
All good.
They're gonna walk a little hot.
Yeah, Flannel's not a good choice right now.
On this side because that's such a.
Yeah, I'll.
We're battling either the sunlight or the air.
Hard to know how to dress.
The air of these
I
crying out.
agree. We'll open this up and let out some of
Did
the.
I finish it?
We're gonna go
So,
get beer
I
downstairs
don't
here.
know why, anyways, only so much that I can do on his page to circulate. So that one's already got 4,000 like last one.
And you know what?
It'll get shared out. I mean, look at, but it's already been shared 54 times there, 53 times there, so. And it's just early, yeah.
51,000.
Oh yeah, I followed you so I could try to.
So is that you?
That's Ron Clark, that's the page I'm doing it on.
Okay.
So I followed you to try to, he went with it.
Okay.
Because then you can get it, right? And
Yeah.
you can share it then, right? Or whatever. But I couldn't, yeah, but I couldn't tag you in it. I went and I followed you on his page.
Okay.
But, no, just because I'm not supposed to
You
do
can
all
take me
these
off.
extras. No, I'm
No, but he can take me off.
right off.
Yes, he did.
Like a
I was
brother.
trying to be nice.
I'm not. I do all this dirty work for him all the time.
Well, there you go. But you got the right to be, I don't.
I do, but I don't. It was kind of an accidental thing.
Yeah. Did you find it interesting? Good. This piano music is too much for me. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good. I just threw my shoes on that enough to be hot feet. I like being flat footed. You don't move up over here, Susan. Just to get away, pardon? In a bit, yeah. They're gonna come back, they got a few more questions and stuff, and then we're going downstairs.
Let's see what Aaron wants to do.
Yeah, because I mean, there are a couple more seats up here to get next to the window. I want to drink water. Oh, I need this. I need a drink. I doubled.
We're gonna go back up here and then go down.
They got a few more questions they want to ask, yeah. With this in the background.
Yeah, ambiance.
Yeah, the ambiance of a funeral in our background. Like we need that.
Yeah, no.
They lost. 6-4.
Oh, no. He pulled it. Yeah.
Should have hers. But she's streaming there right now. It's already got over 5.5 thousand views watched.
Yes, on it.
Yeah, and I just,
Yeah.
how do I say that? I'm not on the same page in that way about an anti-vaccine, but, or freedom things, but I don't take a stand anywhere, right? I just stay neutral. Because my opinions don't matter, what matters is this, and so, these people are huge. And I got 1 million followers on that one thing. So one guy just followed me, 151,000 people.
That's your donation spot.
Yes, it is. Oh, thank you so much. You already donated.
Not nearly enough. I owe these people their life.
Which one? Every one of them?
Me too, go.
I hope to save lives. That's all I hope to do.
The young man got stuck in on help me raise my teens. I was being run out by a bunch of kids in Ghana. And he was across it was winter. And we always were leery of this guy, but he alwaore this kind of poncho. He looked really straight. bare feet in the snow. He comes straight across where I was. These kids looked at me. It just became this wall between me and the kids. And so for the next 2 weeks, when I was on my way to school, I'd see him. So we chatted a little bit, and I got to know him a little. And he told me that where he was from and where he had come from. My heart just slowly like that. And then after that, he was gone. So that was during the time when anybody knew of anybody from Vietnam, the city would have the police come in and leave him alone. And that just broke my heart when I realized that that's what it meant.
That's because they had a bunch of big, well-trained, triggering veterans that they just didn't know what to do with. Considered them dangerous, and then there's and disposable, which is the sad.
And there's my dad who's an RCMP, who's in the military. He's just as whacked out. So he says I could do nothing to help him. This is because of my position. He says I was a city police. He said that man could have had a room in our house.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. For sure. Are you okay, Miss Corner? Because you guys can move over here.
Oh, it is.
It's like so
gonna
loud.
give you a headache. If nothing else.
They've just started, and so
yeah, it's gonna get
like there's a couple seats right over here nobody sat on. You might be in the sun, but you can hold the curtain. At least there's a little air over here, right? There. There's also a couple there too, but I don't know nobody's sitting there. Not here, I know that. At least there's a little air over here too. And you're not hearing the piano keys up your nose. Yeah. There's lots of chairs. So we're not gonna need much room. There. Oh, I know.
I have a problem if I grab the sheet right now. I don't Okay, so why, Rod? Or there's a system, well, I mean, if you're getting a pension, if you're getting some disability.
Hello.
You have to be compensated for right pension, you know.
And even if they were lady first, they would come to me. I'm hoping that, like, I don't know, I was, so there's a Facebooker guy that I have access to his page, where I'm live. And I did this thing live. Right.
I swore she would not. I swore.
He has lots of followers. And he also reaches an audience around the world, not just Canada, right? Like, this technology stuff is real, to be honest with you, but his wife says, oh, blah, 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 we just gained some more followers from like wherever, Holland, or whatever, throughout the time that I have this page going. Anyways, I think this is really important information, and when I find something important, I have access to it. It's so weird how it all conspired and transpired, whatever. throughout the last couple of years, me having this access to this page, it didn't work, right? So last weekend I was here and I was doing a live of something that was going on. And I was told after I did the live, Ron called me and he's like, "You're going tomorrow to Best Buy or wherever it is to go and you're like a microphone. You need a microphone. So Ron, no, right, whatever, you already want me to do all these different things, like show my face on there and this stuff, and blah, 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 I don't know, right? Anyways, I don't even know how to do that. So I went and got a microphone. I don't know if it's doing anything, but apparently it's supposed to cut out that noise a little and really focus on the noise that's here. So we'll see. That's what I want to know too. I guess it's like the decibels or something, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. And I'm like, oh, I hope that's what I was thinking throughout this last little part that I did. I was like, is that like interfering with this? I hope it's not. Get out there. Oh, I haven't got it because Rob. I'm hoping that it's Rob. Rob. I haven't got any messages. Probably yeah. So, but I guess it's okay. I'm so worried. I'm reading. We're from Florida. Oh, okay. Right on. I bet it's warmer down there than it is. Oh, it's still there. Yeah, it's everywhere across Canada. This side of the mountains, it gets cold and wet. It's cold and wet, like right away as soon as it's fall, it's cold and wet. And then we have a beautiful day today. It's supposed to rain all day, that's great. But it's still chilly. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. So we have pop-ups and stuff like that. And I think that I'm just like propane fire because I get cold. I should be climatized to this picture. And then I see my friends in Ontario and Ottawa, and they're running around in their shorts and t-shirts, and I'm like, man, it'd be nice to be on that side of the Rockies, eh? But they also get really dry heat. Yeah, not the big lakes and whatnot, but it's still it's a different cold over here on the West Coast. Florida is so hot and humid, so the humidity make it feel 20 degrees. I remember going to Florida when I was a kid. I remember when I got off that plane, I was like in Hawaii and taking that first breath of air off the plane. I was like, you can't breathe, and I was a kid, right? Like the air sometimes it feels like it was. Yeah. It is so thin. Yeah. Walk inside, you go, oh, like you walk inside. Yeah. That's just that weird sound barriers. Well, and it's that little window right there too, because that's the kitchen thing. They have a big open window on the other side that goes into the other one, so that's where a lot of the noise comes from. I was reading on the wall down by the women's bathroom.
Yeah.
Somebody last week, so it's reading a little right up the fire. They have no idea. That might have been different. Body was, but it was loud enough. I only switched down.
Okay.
And then he ended up having them or whatever, and then they have no idea what happened after all of that. I only read part of it, and I was like, I can't read this shit. I know it's real, but
Yeah, exactly, right?
Just like this, you know? When will we do what's right?
Very good. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah.
Hold on. So Spark did well on all your rides and stuff? Oh, yeah, she was,
What do I do?
she's good on the bike and
Oh, okay.
then in the, which one? Ooh, over here. Okay, here.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah, just one day since a little bit of heat. We felt safe for him.
This is my wife, Marty.
Hi.
It was like 2 days where they're kind of going longer days to try to get out of the heat. And then on the second day, it was like cooking. As long as we're moving, it was all right. As soon as it was slow, it just feel like hitting you, right? So she had a rough day that day. We didn't even go for a walk. We went up to the hotel. She went straight to the bed and never even got out. But, and I would be giving her water all the time, pouring water on top of her, pouring it on the bed, right, to kind of keep her so that her paws were on it, right? But, yeah, just had one day. Really hot, and then the pavement too. I went to go at dinner.
Wow, much it matters. Well, it's nice to have you there. I'm just taking.
You're gonna go down to Daytona, are you?
Yeah, that's what I want to go. Like Mad Hatter's going down. I was gonna just book like when I booked the hotel to go to the first special service portion. Then they going back to whatever for these hotels. We're in Daytona. We're in whatever. Like, oh, I'll do that. Yes, because I'm gonna go to Daytona. So I was gonna book that for 3 days. But then I talked to Mad Hatter, Corey, and then he's like, "Oh no, come stay with us. We'll go." To get an Airbnb. Okay. So then I said, okay, then perfect, right? And then go hang out. He finds it, I just gotta show up. So that's what I think. Then I toyed with the idea.
That's pretty good, though. I mean, it's 2 hours.
Right? It doesn't.
Watch, there'll be a light or something.
But I wonder how much it would be.
Maybe you get linked on with American affiliation, like the amount of from what I understand, Americans are more expensive.
Yeah.
Recognize it.
Yeah.
I'm assuming we have two people from Florida. There's 2 people from Florida.
Yeah. They follow me. I'm not sure out here. But it's kind of funny. Just meeting people all over the place. Yep. Ricardo's. Did you serve with Rob Sykes?
I didn't serve with him, but I knew him through her.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
He was on the base when I was.
We're gonna wait back.
Yes. Was it Robin there?
Yeah.
I don't
Like
think
that
that's
bell?
the first time I heard stuff on there.
It's still sort of here.
See my bell?
And Rob's like, hey, he was my roommate, right, for whatever years. So,
And then, it was funny when Eric, you guys, when you first went out to Eric, he said you guys started spotting the stories and then you found out you were the same freaking platoon.
yeah.
For a while, and it's like, you never know.
Dave was with you, wasn't he?
Remember
Smoke.
all those years later.
So, no, that was the thing I was trying to figure out that the other day, right? It's
He's
like,
gotta run his life.
just to say
I'll just call,
how small the world really is. When I can know somebody for about a year, well, actually, it's probably 2 years, but then maybe. And then look at like talking, and say, okay, I think we're the same age. And then be
that's it right there.
2 photos that are my two separate photos. The course was that big. And we're actually in the same photo, right? And then it's just like, that's insane. Yeah. So I don't, that's funny. And then it's funny connecting with people that are connected.
Yeah.
Like,
I didn't know how to dress though, so.
first they wanted to see
So I'm coming
my
down and I'm not
right? And then we picked up Rob, right?
Yeah, right, well, this time of year.
You just wait till the sun goes down, you're gonna wanna put on more clothes.
I figured this would be a good one.
I'm a parent, my eyes can't let it slide.
At that biggest. And then you gotta put them on the 16th.
You're there, Kathy.
So Rod's. Oh, yeah.
I'm just visiting.
I like it.
I kind of thought you might like it.
Yeah, you can play.
I was gonna go there if I could get that one.
Yeah.
No, that's where I am. Oh, yeah. No, I it's a sea can. I saw her face, it's a sea can with a big instead of me just talking.
I'm just.
Yeah. Okay, can everyone have a seat? That includes you, Mr. Bona, with the old drum.
I better hit my seat test.
With the old move.
Yeah, tough crowd. Excellent. Yeah, I'm not gonna let that one go. Okay, a few people are holding some spots down in the lounge downstairs, but what the plan is because of all the noise. Thank you very much. Because of all the noise next door, we're just gonna do a couple of quick questions and just to wrap up, and then we're gonna be a little more social and head down. And I'm sure there's a few burning questions. I know when we were down, we talked a little bit about diet. I don't know if you're gonna touch on that.
Okay.
Maybe just to throw that off, a few words on diet, and then we can wrap up some questions. Any other comments or whatever anybody wants to make, and then we'll head down below and be a little more social with that. No, yes.
that sounds
Okay, yeah,
Just one that we can touch on, we started to, and then we dropped it again, was the fact of why they continue to use it.
Oh,
Again, there's,
right.
we know that's a rabbit hole, but.
Okay, so rabbit hole, continue to use it, diet, questions, lounge, does that work?
That works.
Okay, start with the rabbit hole.
Well, so the rabbit hole. If you've studied this issue for any length of time, once you recognize the facts, once you identify, wait, something doesn't make sense here. How could they have continued to use this drug, knowing what we now know? They must have known this. How and why could they have continued to use this drug? There are many possible explanations, and of course we would need to talk to the people that made the decisions to know precisely, right? So all we're left with is speculation. This is all speculative. And because these decisions were made so long ago, the people that actually know the answers to these questions they may not be with us much longer. And so we may never know for certain, unless there's some sort of documentary evidence that explains why these decisions were made. I don't know if this is the right forum to go down this rabbit hole today, but I think what you'll realize is that once you get to that point where you recognize, wait a second, we've known all along that this drug can have these effects, that it predictably makes large numbers of soldiers deploying to war zones. It predictably makes non-trivial, significant fractions of these soldiers, many of whom might be expected to be conscripts, right, with little interest in deploying to war zones. This drug, probably from the earliest days of its development in the 60s, during the height of the draft, during the war in Vietnam, should have been reasonably anticipated to have predictably led to the development of symptoms such as heightened awareness to threat, less propensity to require sleep, greater propensity to staying awake, and therefore potentially being more functional as a soldier, right? Higher propensity towards seeing danger in things, so paranoia. Paranoia is the unreasonable recognition of or sense of danger in things that might not otherwise be dangerous. A useful symptom to have in a war zone, right? The drug at the time, in the 60s and in the 70s, as it was being developed, it would have been reasonably, this drug would have, based on what was known about other drugs of the class by this point, it would have been reasonably known that this drug could have caused increased aggression, including in otherwise unaggressive, peaceful people, and violent ideation, right? All of this was or ought to have been reasonably known during the drug's development. This is very obvious if you study this issue at any length. And so the question will naturally come up, knowing all of the potential dangers of this drug, all of these adverse symptoms of the drug, insomnia, anxiety, paranoia, aggression, violent ideation, why would the military that is sending conscripts that might not otherwise want to fight or be in a war zone, why would the military possibly want to use a drug that has all of these effects? And if you think about it for any length of time, you have your answer. And that is deeply disturbing, right? And the consequences of this line of thought are very disturbing. So much so that you naturally just want to dismiss this whole line of inquiry and attribute all of this to just a coincidence. It is otherwise highly coincidental that all of these symptoms occur predictably in people given this drug deploying to war zones where at least some of these symptoms might be adaptive, right? It could be merely coincidental, or there could be more to it than that. And in addition to all of these symptoms being quite convenient coincidences, it could also simply be that the military, full of experts, top minds that have been studying this drug and its effects for many decades, it could very well be the case that not only are these symptoms coincidentally potentially very adaptive in military environments, it's also potentially that the military simply just completely negligent and just didn't know what they were doing in administering this drug. That's a possibility. The other possibility is that there was some degree of intentionality to all of this. That these to some degree are not all side effects. And this is not pure speculation to say this. There's actually there's a fairly strong paper trail suggesting that the military was not only aware of the specific psychiatric effects of this class of drug, dating back to at least the 1940s, but that certain government agencies took a particular interest in these side effects. And during various programs in the 50s and 60s, actually, there's documentation of this. They actually did fairly large-scale experiments on unwitting members of the public into these effects. And so just to come right out and say it, we all know MK Ultra. We associate MK Ultra with the CIA doing experiments with LSD, the hallucinogen LSD, on unwitting members of the public. This is well established. Your government, well, my government in the US, for reasons that elude me, felt it was in the national interest to give unwitting members of the public LSD to see how they responded. Thinking that LSD could be weaponized by the communists and defend against, these potential effects. Less well known is that, and this is not speculative, this is well known. There's actually published literature on this. The CIA also spent funds in that program investigating drugs of this class, the anti-malarial quinine class. There was actually a research center constructed at Georgetown, staffed by a certain Professor Gestichter from Georgetown. He testified during the Church Committee hearings into the origins of MK-Ultra and so on. And he described during Senate testimony that during the Second World War, during the anti-malarial drug discovery program that was developing a bunch of quinine anti-malarials, that the precursor to the CIA, the OSS, noticed the psychosis and confusion-inducing effects of drugs of that class. And I believe the words were took a particular interest in that. And so it stands to reason that the anti-malarial quinines, because of the ostensible alternative use of these drugs, right? This was not a truth serum. This was an anti-malarial, right? We're giving it to help you, right? So there's plausible deniability in the use of this drug in alternative settings. It's right there in black and white that they studied this class of drug ostensibly for other reasons. I believe the cover story was that they were studying it for treatment of asthma. But as Gestichter admitted it during Senate testimony, they were interested in studying this drug for its behavioral effects, this class of drug for its behavioral effects. So it stands to reason that there was some knowledge of these effects during the subsequent development of mefloquine, which is chemically very similar to this class of drug. And so one possibility, and this is all speculative, and who knows whether or not this is true or not, but it's not completely implausible that there was some interest in the development of this class of drug, ostensibly for its antimalarial effects, but to one degree or another, to some degree or another, for the behavioral effects that it would have, particularly those that might be somewhat beneficial in times of war. Right? It sounds crazy. If we sit back and we think, my God, could they have actually done that? Right? Could a democratic government have actually knowingly developed a drug ostensibly for use as an antimalarial with knowledge that they hid that this drug would have effects that might plausibly improve the warfighting ability of those that it was given to? That's deeply disturbing to contemplate. But it's not crazy, right? It is entirely plausible, and there's significant evidence, significant documentary evidence to suggest this might actually have been what they were thinking all along. Now, I had come to this conclusion several times myself, thinking, well, this is the only thing that makes sense. And I had dismissed it on numerous occasions, thinking, there's no way they would ever have done this. This is ridiculous. Pretty dark. It's dark. But you have to think about the context. The Cold War was an existential period of threat for our country. And what didn't the government do in the name of national security? What didn't they do, right? And we're learning more and more and more about the depths of depravity that our government sanctioned to notionally defend us against our enemies, which were much worse. So nothing surprises me. Nothing surprises me. And I realize now that compared to some other things, this is actually not that far out into left field. Now, what convinced me that this was not that far out in left field was when I learned that the military was using this drug ostensibly as an antimalarial on detainees that were being brought into Guantanamo. And what was very interesting is that the government was saying, well, we're giving this drug as an antimalarial to these detainees coming into Guantanamo because we don't want them to, be sick with malaria or potentially transmit malaria to other people. And superficially, this seems to make sense. And superficially, it seems like, oh, well, we're just trying to help them. We're giving them this antimalarial to help them. they're coming from all these areas that are infected with malaria, so we want to give big doses of mefloquine to treat them presumptively so that they can, enjoy their subsequent torture in good health, right? I mean, that's basically what they're saying, right? We're about to torture these detainees, but, because we care so much about them, we're going to give them this treatment dose of mefloquine so that they can not suffer the inconvenience of, of fever and, other unpleasant symptoms, so that they can enjoy being tortured in good health. And they were subject to torture. They were subject to what they describe as enhanced interrogation, I think. In the immediate aftermath of being welcomed to Guantanamo with a dose of methadone. Now, what we know is that if you give someone, I mentioned earlier that if you give someone 1 tablet of methadone every week, a certain percentage will have these unpleasant symptoms. But if you give much more mefloquine at one time, a predictably larger proportion of the population will experience these symptoms. So what I was alluding to earlier was not all of you might experience dizziness or nausea or anxiety or paranoia or confusion with 1 dose a week. But if I give you 4 tablets all at once, or if I give you 5 tablets all at once, or if I give you 6 tablets all at once, which is the treatment dose of malaria, if I give you 6 tablets all at once, let's say, or 5 tablets all at once, then there's a very good chance the majority of people given that dose will experience these symptoms, right? And isn't it convenient, or isn't it a coincidence? Again, these coincidences. Isn't it a coincidence that if you look through the torture memos, the memos legally justifying torture, they don't call it torture. We call it torture. They don't call it torture because if they called it torture, they'd be in jail. They call it enhanced interrogation, and they say it's not torture. But if you look through the memorandum justifying these measures, they say, look, yes, we were trying to make them anxious. Yes, we were trying to make them paranoid. Yes, we were trying to deprive them of sleep. We were trying to do all of these things so that they would squeal, right? We were trying to make them lose touch with reality. We were trying to make them paranoid. We were essentially trying to induce symptoms of psychosis in these people. Now, we care about them. We didn't want them to be sick while they were enjoying this treatment, so we gave them this drug. And yes, by making them stand up and drizzling them with water and waterboarding them and all of this stuff, we were trying to induce all of these symptoms in the hopes that they would squeal, so that we would, fly another jet into another building. Isn't it a coincidence? Isn't it a remarkable coincidence that the drug that we just happened to have given them a few days earlier is known to cause those exact same symptoms? Okay, so that may very well be, but they will say, well, look, these people were picked up in areas that were endemic for malaria, so we had to do this. We had no other choice. Well, if you really look into the medical rationale behind giving people treatment doses of mefloquine, even when there's no evidence at all that they have malaria, you'll see that this rationale that they've offered for the use of this drug completely breaks down. I wrote a paper about this. You can find it on my website. I go through the military's explanation, their justification for why they use mefloquine on these detainees, and it makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. And if it was just some junior doctor at the Pentagon that came up with this treatment program, I would say, well, they just don't know what they're doing, and I could just dismiss it as ignorance. But it wasn't some junior doctor. It was, these protocols were developed at the highest levels of the Department of Defense. It was literally written by a doctor in the Pentagon, right? These people are not chosen to that position because they're amateurs and they don't know what they're doing. These people don't make mistakes. They don't make mistakes. The people that are writing these orders in the Pentagon, you cannot ascribe errors like this to ignorance. You can't. Because if that level of ignorance was operating at the Pentagon with any degree of regularity, we would all be dead in a thermonuclear holocaust. Like, we would all be dead. The world would not be here. These people don't make mistakes like that. These people are professionals. So it was only after the Pentagon responded to questions about their use of mefloquine at Guantanamo that I said, wait a second, this is a tell. Like, this does not make sense. And so at that point, I reluctantly came to the conclusion that there actually might be more to this. That they very well might have developed this drug in the aftermath of what was known as MK Ultra, which became MK Search. MK Ultra was a program that was broadly interested in looking into drugs and interventions that could have any arbitrary behavioral effect on people, both for offensive and defensive purposes. We know this. This is as clear as day. It was concluded at the end of MK Ultra that there was no magic truth serum, that there was no clear way to have any sort of obvious behavioral effect on people. LSD certainly wouldn't work. But there are documents that escaped the shredder in the 70s that said, with the exception of, essentially, that said words to the effect of, with the exception of a certain class of drug, which we will continue to study, which may have benefits in interrogation, this program has not proven useful. And so the successor to MK Ultra is known as MK Search. And that was terminated around the time of the Church Committee hearings. And during the Church Committee hearings, the CIA said, all right, the days of unwitting experimentation of drugs of this nature is over. We are no longer going to be experimenting on behavior control or interrogation drugs on unwitting volunteers. From now on, we're only going to be doing these experiments on witting volunteers. And this escaped notice by the committee. And you have to ask yourself, who on earth would willingly volunteer for experiments of behavior control drugs? Do you know what was going on at that time? The Walter Reed Army Institute of Research was conducting the initial human experiments on methylene, on college volunteers who were witting volunteers. So it's entirely possible that oh, and what else is interesting is that there were a number of authors who were involved in research into the antimalarial quinones during the World War II. A handful of authors, very high up, well-published authors. They all mysteriously stopped publishing around the time MK Ultra started. They stopped publishing. They just went dark. And then they restarted publishing when MK Search ended and the Walter Reed Army Institute of Research Malaria Drug Development Program started up. But now what were they doing during those other years? We don't know. We don't know because they didn't publish. But they had advanced considerably in government during those times and advanced to have very prestigious positions in various jurisdictions around the country, including facilities that had received funding during MK. So there's a lot of corroborating evidence, right? But I'll readily concede that this is very speculative and a lot of it's circumstantial. But I don't think we can completely exclude the possibility that mefloquine owes its existence to, at some level, and well hidden by most of the people within the government, that the drug owes its existence to a continuous effort dating to World War II to investigate this class of drug primarily for its behavioral effects, for national security purposes, and that particular interest was taken in this drug because of its ostensible use as an antimalarial that would be used in circumstances where the adverse effects could easily be attributed to other causes, thus preserving plausible deniability. It makes sense, doesn't it? And if the U.S. military hadn't been so eager to make use of this drug as a adjunct to its torture of Guantanamo detainees, we would have never figured it out. But they just couldn't help themselves. It's often been said that when the U.S. military develops a measure or a countermeasure, right? They develop a death ray. They develop, some truth serum. They develop any sort of weapon. These people can't help themselves. They're going to use it. They can't help themselves. There's nothing that the intelligence community or the military has developed that they don't use at some point. They can't help themselves. And so this may have been the only time they did this, right? Because I can't think of another reason why they might have used high doses of mefloquine as an adjunct to torture to try to get the truth out of people. I think they, just like kids in a candy store, just couldn't help themselves. Now, could I be wrong? I mean, it's very easy to say, oh, Dr. Nevin, we're gonna dismiss everything you say because you're a tinfoil hat wearing, Alex Jones watcher, right? But if you really think about it, there is a lot of supporting documentation behind this. And more importantly, this answers the question, right? Make this make sense, right? Because what will inevitably happen if you study this issue long enough is you will say, this doesn't make any sense. Why would they continue using this drug? We had Malarum, we had atovaquone pro bono available in 2001. Why didn't we just use this, right? Okay, now here's the thing. Military's approach, it says, why are you giving mefloquine to these detainees at Guantanamo, 2006, 2007? Why are you still giving mefloquine to these people? This is a dangerous drug. Well, at that point, we were still using mefloquine in our troops overseas. So what's the Pentagon's response? Don't be silly. This drug is so safe, we're still giving it to our troops. This can't be a drug designed to enhance interrogation. We're giving it to our own troops. Don't be silly. Right? So this is an example of acceptable collateral damage. Right? We all know that during the Cuban Missile Crisis, the top generals were openly discussing shooting down aircraft and blaming it on the Cubans. Right? We all know this. For those Americans watching, your government was more than willing to kill you and blame it on the enemy to justify the invasion of Cuba. This is what your government has done and will do. They're probably still doing it, right? We don't know. So does it come as any surprise that this drug's existence and use in military settings might, to some degree, have been motivated for reasons other than what they are telling you? Right? Doesn't it all make a lot more sense now? It does. It makes a lot more sense now. And so now I'm also often asked, Dr. Nevin, why won't they just admit it? Why won't they just admit that this drug is dangerous? Here's another possible explanation. I mentioned the torture memos, right? So what we did to those detainees, and I'm not a fan of any of those detainees, okay, with certain exceptions. I'm sympathetic to a few, but there are some bad people that we rounded up. And I'm not all that interested in whether we should keep them in jail or not. I'm sympathetic to both sides. However, that being said, what I'm not sympathetic to, violations of the law, right? The government has acknowledged torture is illegal. We do not torture, right? Waterboarding doesn't count as torture because it's not so bad, and it doesn't cause any. What does the government say? It doesn't cause permanent damage, right? And in the memos themselves, in the torture memos that justify enhanced interrogation, the government relies singularly upon the defense that nothing that they did caused permanent damage. So, and these people are still alive, right? So
go track down Omar Khadr.
So the people that were responsible for ordering the various measures that we all recognize as torture, the reason they're not in jail, the reason they're not being prosecuted, like certain ex-presidents, right? The reason they're escaping prosecution is that they are relying upon this defense, that this was all just temporary effects. Does this sound familiar? Does this sound familiar? So isn't it interesting? Isn't it convenient? Now, all of these Guantanamo detainees that were tortured, they were also given treatment doses of mefloquine, which drug regulators will now concede at those doses can and does cause permanent damage. Now, if they concede that they gave the drug in any way as an adjunct to torture, then that would be basically admitting that they're guilty of torture, right? So they're not going to admit that. But if it can be shown, that the psychiatric effects of mefloquine, that I think very credibly can be seen to have been the motivation for the use of mefloquine in this context, right? If it can be shown that they knew or ought to have known that any of those psychiatric effects would be permanent, that some of the detainees that now have chronic anxiety, that have been diagnosed with PTSD, that committed suicide in the aftermath of taking mefloquine and having been tortured. If it can be shown that there was known permanence to these effects and that the drug was given as an adjunct to torture, then there are a handful of senior U.S. officials in the intelligence community and the Defense Department that are guilty as day of torture, right? And so their friends at the highest levels of government are not going to throw them under the bus by saying, oh yeah, that drug that my buddy gave detainees at Guantanamo, we acknowledge is capable of causing permanent effects, right? That may very well be one of many reasons why senior officials are reluctant to concede the permanence of these effects, because then it would open a can of worms related to the use of the drug at Guantanamo. Now, I pointed out this very unusual use of the drug at Guantanamo many years ago. And I pointed out to members of the military community, I pointed out to members of the travel medicine community, all of which, senior folks, very high levels, have connections to the government, and they've all just been quiet. This has been crickets. No one wants to talk about this, right? But you eventually, and I've even tried to, I've approached the Muslim advocacy community, I've approached the Guantanamo advocacy community about this, and I've laid out this argument, and maybe I'm wrong because they're not paying much attention to my argument as well, but I do believe my argument has merit. I've really tried to study it for weaknesses, and I've really tried to study it for, am I just being paranoid here? Like, am I overreading things? But there's really very little other explanation for this that makes sense. The only other explanation is just massive incompetence plus coincidence, right? You have massive incompetence by people at a very high level within the Department of Defense, accompanied by extraordinarily convenient and coincidental effects resulting from that incompetence that benefit them. If only we could all be so lucky that our mistakes end up helping us, right? So anyway, so that's just the beginning of the rabbit hole. But there's many more levels. But that's a lot more of the rabbit hole is very speculative. But that's the best. That's the most corroborated, interesting argument that I have. And that has allowed me to make sense of historical events in a context that is coherent and that makes sense. It's disturbing that our government might be engaged in that sort of thing. But, we all know that Kennedy was not shot by the man in the window at the Texas Book Repository, right? We have a leading candidate for president of the United States that says, actually, no, it was the CIA that killed my uncle. Right? We know that Kennedy was not killed by a random weirdo in the window. He was killed by the government. We know this. This everyone in America knows this, right? So if they're capable of doing that, right? And maybe they thought they were doing the right thing. I read a book about Kennedy during the Cuban Missile Crisis, and the military really did think they were dealing with a kid that didn't know what he was doing. And the military and the CIA really thought that this guy was going to get us all killed. And they really thought that, they needed to take over. Like, if you study the history of that time, and this is all context, right? Because the world was about to get destroyed. And you had all these generals and people at top levels of government that were dealing with this guy, Kennedy, that this idealistic, crazy guy from Massachusetts, rich playboy who was having sex with all his secretaries. They couldn't stand the guy, right? Of course they wanted to do this. Right, so these people were trying to protect the country from the evil communists, and they were willing to kill Americans to unite the public behind a war. They were willing to do all sorts of bad things. So why wouldn't they do this little Mefloquine thing on the side? It's trivial. It's trivial and inconsequential compared to a lot of the other stuff that we know they did. And viewed in the context of Cold War era trickery, it's really, as bad as this is to all the people involved, in the grand scheme of things, it's actually not that big of a deal compared to a lot of the other stuff they did. Fair enough. As bad as this is, it really isn't. When you think about it.
I'm going to divert you now.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a question first, and then I'm going to divert.
I have a burning question. You'll see my point in a moment. I'm Hans from Comox Valley. I served with old growth Bona back here, Dave Bona, in the 90s. So I've waited 25 years to see Bona again, and I waited about 20 years to be at this event. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for hosting this. My questions are, I haven't heard you mention it today, but it's going around in the veteran circle about in the chronic stages of mefloquine poisoning that mefloquine can burn the brainstem. And two-part question, and also in this blue chart that you say you don't 100% agree with, in the chronic stages of mefloquine poisoning, would that person encounter all these X's, including speech and skin rash and bowel disorder, or every person is different in how it manifests?
Okay, all right, so in fact, this is good, because we can talk about, yeah, diet. Okay, let's talk about, the medical term is pathophysiology. So what is the pathology? What is the problem with the body, with the organ systems? What is the dysfunction on a cellular and organ level that mefloquine causes that leads to all these symptoms? What is the pathophysiology in medical terms of mefloquine poisoning or quinism? And we'll call it chronic mefloquine encephalopathy for argument's sake. So we talked about encephalopathy. It's toxic encephalopathy caused by mefloquine encephalopathy, and it's chronic. It lasts more than 6 months. Chronic mefloquine encephalopathy. What's the pathophysiology or underlying disease process of chronic mefloquine encephalopathy? I don't know for sure, but all evidence points to this being the result of localized and I suspect relatively cell-specific neurotoxicity, meaning certain areas of the brain are affected, and the resulting effect is cell death, necrosis, cell death, in a somewhat random, localized, but also diffuse pattern. So, for example, we know that if people have a stroke, right, the blood vessels in the brain might get blocked off, and so a part of the brain, the cortex, might die, right? And you can see that on MRI or CT scan. You can see sort of a mushy part of the brain, and those people might not be able to move their arm. Let's say, like if it's this part of the brain, they might not be able to move this hand. It might go numb, right? So that's the pathophysiology of stroke is localized necrosis of the cortex in the distribution of a specific blood vessel, and the signs and symptoms are they match the area of the brain that's responsible for that, right? So with mefloquine, chronic mefloquine encephalopathy, what I suspect is going on is it isn't the outer part of the brain. It's not the cortex. It's not the part that controls our fine motor activity or motor sensations. The part of the brain that's affected is the brainstem, certain areas of the brainstem, and also the deep brain, the deep ancient part of the brain, which we'll call the limbic system. The limbic system. So, and there's good evidence that mefloquine and drugs like this target the limbic system, the emotional centers of the brain, and then the integrating parts of the brain that are responsible for all sorts of stuff that your brain does in the background, like controlling your blood pressure and keeping you balanced and controlling your vision, just all sorts of critical stuff that just allow us. I mean, it's really amazing. We can end up on one foot, we can close our eyes, and we can keep our balance. Like, try to get a robot to do that, even. Like, it's pretty hard. So our brainstem does really good work. It's a hard working part of our brain. And it uses a lot of energy doing that. It's always working, even when we're sleeping. So I think mefloquine targets that part of the brain. So the pathophysiology of mefloquine encephalopathy, I think, is primarily limited to the brainstem and limbic system. And I think it's targeting certain areas that are responsible for like key critical functions. Key critical functions in the brainstem and limbic system. The emotional centers, the memory centers, the centers that control sleep and dreaming, and then further down the brainstem, areas that control, such simple things as when you sleep, keeping your tongue out of the way. Like every time you breathe at night, your tongue gets out of the way, and then you breathe out, and then the tongue gets back in the way. So all this stuff's going on in the background, and mefloquine messes with all of that stuff. It messes with autonomic and key control centers in the brainstem in people that are affected. And unfortunately, the damage that it does, the damage that drugs of this class do to those areas is too small to be seen on imaging. Like if you have a stroke, a huge area of your brain gets messed up and you can see it on the scan. But individual cells in your brain are microscopic. And we don't have imaging yet. We probably will soon. But we don't have imaging yet that can do microscopic inspection of the brainstem. The only way to see, we think, the damage that methadone does is to wait, unfortunately, until someone passes away, and then if we're fortunate enough to get the brain in time, you could potentially preserve it and do slices and stuff and look at the damage. And I'm confident that at some point in the future, we'll actually see evidence of that in human cases. And please do not do what several veterans have done and call me up and say, Dr. Devin, I'm about to commit suicide. Here's my address. I want to donate my brain to science. Please do not do that. Please do not do that. Because first of all, you can't do that. It doesn't work. And second of all, just don't. We need methadone veterans to survive. We need you to be alive as a witness to this, so you can go to the House of Commons and Parliament and testify to your effects, right? And you want to die an old man in your bed, comfortable with your dog at your side. You don't want to do that. And maybe in due course we can because people get in car accidents and stuff all the time. And maybe in due course we can find a way to study these people's brains the same way football players have been able to sort of do similar studies where a handful of football players die early from just whatever reason, and they get them to the hospital fast enough and they can do these sort of studies. But this will require massive heroic effort, and it'll need to be coordinated at the highest levels of government. It'll need to be full court press to make this actually happen. It's very, very difficult, but it could happen. It could happen in the future. And when it does, if this does happen, I think what we'll see is that methadone causes this exact pattern of injury, similar to it's not precisely an emotional seizure, but it can be thought of as an emotional seizure. So someone who's having a temporal lobe seizure, they might just go quiet. They're not going to move, but they'll all of a sudden become very, they'll have violent thoughts, or they'll become psychotic. They may hear voices. They may sort of lose touch with reality for a few moments, and then they'll come back to reality, right? Or potentially in the midst of that seizure, they could go on to do pretty terrible things, like, for example, kill their family and burn their house down, like what happened to a poor kid out in Maine that was poisoned by mefloquine on I believe a church trip while he was in college or high school. Came home and killed his family during what I assume was a temporal lobe type seizure event caused by mefloquine. So this poor kid has been in jail now for many years. His family comes and visits occasionally, and family member told me a few years ago, he said, family member's doing pretty good in jail. He was having those spells still, even in jail. But then for reasons completely unrelated to his health state, related to methadone, he decided to go on a diet. He decided he needed to lose some weight. He might have been on antipsychotics and he might have gained a lot of weight from antipsychotic drugs. And so maybe someone in prison said, hey, you know what, you gotta go on keto. You gotta do the Atkins diet to lose some of that weight. When you're in prison, you got all the time in the world. So maybe he started working out, maybe he started like strict keto diet, right? You know what happened? So the family reported to me that his symptoms completely resolved, completely. Now, I don't know if he's had a relapse, but from what they described, this was essentially a cure. That he was able to see exactly what had happened. He knew he wasn't in control. He wasn't living in fear of having these episodes anymore. Like, for all intents and purposes, he was cured. He was stuck in jail, obviously. Probably deserves to be there. Not much they can do about that. Short of alternative placement in an asylum or something like that. Maybe they could pardon him. I'm not sure, but you know, sort of accepted his lot in life, but for all intents and purposes, cured, completely cured. And so the family asked, how can this make sense? Well, it does make sense in the context of, well, for example, what we know about pediatric epilepsy. So the earliest treatment for pediatric epilepsy, before we had all the drugs we have today, was basically ketosis, a ketone diet. So the doctors, I guess in the late 1800s, early 1900s, kids that had intractable epilepsy, they would say, do not eat any carbohydrates, pure ketosis, right? Just eat fat, protein and fat, nothing else. No carbs, 0 carbs. And you can live on fats and proteins. You don't need carbs to live. You can, I mean, with the exception of when I, travel, I try to be on a ketonic diet because I just think I'm better. I enjoy the way I feel. My mind is sharper. I'm not always craving food. It's kind of like Ozempic, but without the $500 a month bill, or the list of side effects. Yeah, it's like make sure it's Ozempic when you're on an Atkins diet, and you're not giving money to the drug companies, which is also good, because they control everything.
Can you just allude to while you're on that?
No.
How, because the gastrointestinal issues tend to have people who are mefloquine poisoned running to the toilet all the time, right? So you're always at the toilet. Well, that's all heading out the back door. So are all your good, feel-good serotonins, and which are created in the gut. Hence that brain-gut connection I wanted.
Yeah. So I would say most veterans who are disabled as a result of, let's say, chronic mefloquine encephalopathy, primarily are concerned at the neuropsychiatric effects. But there does seem to be this association with some other physical effects. I've pointed out sleep apnea. And for the longest time, I couldn't understand how sleep apnea, which is a physical obstruction to your airway at nighttime, how that could have possibly been caused by a drug that has predominantly neuropsychiatric effects. And then it occurred to me, duh, of course, it just occurred to me one day, so you don't know what you don't know. But there is a part of the brainstem that, as I alluded to earlier, its job is to basically keep your tongue out of the way at night when you're breathing. And that's mediated by a simple process in the brainstem. And if you damage that area of the brainstem, you'll probably interfere with that process. And so you very well could develop obstructive sleep apnea purely as a result of a neurotoxic effect of the brainstem. And likewise, because the brainstem does so much, the brainstem is this miracle worker. It's like the operating system in a computer. Like it's doing all this stuff at kernel level that you don't know what it's doing. It's critical stuff. And if you mess with the kernel, if you mess with the underlying OS, hardware level, you're going to screw up your computer. And it's the same kind of thing. And it's almost impossible to recognize brainstem effects unless you have an encyclopedic knowledge of brainstem neuroanatomy. And these things are not, neurologists who are the experts in this area do not see disease entities that manifest in this way. And so this is not something neurologists recognize. The specialists that recognize it are ENT docs, because they do occasionally see focal lesions in, for example, the vestibular nuclei contributing to balance problems. So in the event that your condition unfortunately affects your vestibular nuclei in the brainstem, you may have some pathognomonic findings, dizziness, vertigo, and so on, that can be reliably and validly and specifically linked to referred back to your vestibular nuclei, which in this context can only be explained as a result of mefloquine poisoning, right? But I digress. My point is that there are any number of areas of the brainstem where if you kill a handful of neurons, well maybe a few handfuls of neurons, then you may have all manner of physical symptoms, ranging from dysautonomia to weird tingling sensations, to strange pain syndromes, to all sorts of strange gastrointestinal syndromes, strange speech problems, strange swallowing problems. And I've been reluctant to expand this list, but it very well could be that there are some links to autoimmune and hormonal type problems as well. The list is very long and will likely become longer with in due course. And I tend not to focus on those because it's hard enough developing consensus on the very obvious neuropsychiatric effects of the drug. But just know that once the brainstem starts getting involved with things, then pretty much everything is on the table, right? Now, I mentioned I don't necessarily condone everything on this chart, but this is what veterans are noticing, right? And I see that too. I do see veterans, I do see associations where veterans who report certain neuropsychiatric symptoms that I think are very clearly causally due to mefloquine. I do see perhaps a preponderance of other physical symptoms that I'm not yet willing to confidently attribute to the drug, but which I will say it makes sense, it's plausible, right? So if you say, doc, is the reason I go to the bathroom all the time because of mefloquine? Well, I can't prove it. If I'm on the stand and the other side's grilling me, I might say, well, okay, I guess there might be other causes. Unlike the other effects where I'll say, no, there really isn't a plausible other cause. But in due course, who knows? We might learn a lot more. Yeah. So okay. So anyway, so getting back to the pathophysiology. So juvenile or pediatric seizure disorder was fairly effectively treated with a strict ketonic diet. And in addition to this one case, I have heard a handful of other cases where similar effects have been reported. Now, I am not advocating that people get on a ketone diet for treatment of this condition. I'm not advocating this, right? But that being said, there are plenty of people that say, ketone diet, the ketonic diet, is healthy for a lot of reasons, right? It's not really a medical intervention, it's a lifestyle choice. And provided that you go see your doctor and your doctor doesn't have any problem with it, a lot of people are choosing to do it and they're losing a lot of weight and they're feeling great. And it's, on the whole, it's relatively harmless, compared to a lot of other options out there. And I can tell you my own personal experience, again, this is not about me and my experience with mefloquine. I don't think I've ever been affected by mefloquine significantly. Well, maybe I left here, but that's another story. But I know I feel better. I just feel better. My brain is clear. I'm able to focus more. I enjoy life more when I'm in a state of strong ketosis. And I do occasionally like to eat junk food and go off the diet. Who doesn't? But I'm also eager to go back on because I just feel. And my experience with many method conventions is still the same. Yeah.
Thank you. We have
I just wanted to ask a couple kind of, you said Malarone was available in 2001,
Yes.
roughly, and then.
Well, so the question is, Malarone was available in 2001. It was available prior to that, but in 2001, by 2001, it was not only available pretty much everywhere, but it was also known with reasonable certainty that it was far better than mefloquine from a side effect profile in particular.
Yeah.
So the very latest militaries could have argued for the preferential use of mefloquine without raising some other strange explanation was 2001. By 2001, really, everyone should have been preferring the use of Malarone, as they do now, very clearly prefer.
And so say in 92, when the airborne deployed to Somalia, was there another an anti-malaria available?
Oh yeah. So the question is, has there always been an alternative to mefloquine? There's always been alternatives to mefloquine. So yes, and of course, because pilots, obviously, from the earliest days, we're told you can't take mefloquine, right? So the real tragedy is we never needed, even if everything that I've been speculating about, all this weird, nefarious, government conspiracy stuff, even if all that's just not true, as coincidental as all this stuff is, even if that's not true, and it was just, they were just confused, and tragically mistaken for using mefloquine. The tragedy is they never needed to use mefloquine. There's no validity or merit at all to the argument that they had no choice, that they had used mefloquine. That is a completely bogus and fallacious argument. It holds no credibility at all. So when the U.S. Army, I believe in 2008 or 2009, as soon as Obama got elected, and they stopped using mefloquine in Guantanamo, coincidentally, as soon as Obama was elected, the Army sent out a message saying, hey, mefloquine, bad idea, you should be using doxycycline as your antimalarial of choice, right? So doxycycline is a broad spectrum antibiotic that we give to a lot of soldiers anyway. It's kind of frontline treatment for some STDs. And I noticed when I was in the Army, we had a lot fewer patients at our STD clinic when we had them on doxycycline than when they were on other drugs, but that's beside the point. So there are lots of other reasons why you might want to prescribe doxycycline in a deployed environment, because not only is doxycycline very effective and reasonably well tolerated against malaria, but it also prevents a lot of other tropical diseases, including like acute fever, for example, which we're occasionally concerned about, as well as a lot of other stuff. So doxycycline is a great drug. No resistance has ever been reported. I don't think resistance will ever be reported to doxycycline, knock on wood. And because it was the military's drug of choice after mefloquine was removed, there's really no argument that it should have ever been, anything other than the drug of choice. And in fact, when mefloquine was first licensed in the United States in 1989, the military, most branches of the military is relatively decentralized in its decision making in this regard, but most branches of the military, most commands in the military said, we don't have a lot of experience with mefloquine, we're going to continue using doxycycline. It's perfectly good. Nothing wrong with doxycycline, we're going to continue using it. And of course, we use doxycycline to great effect in Somalia. A lot of troops use doxycycline in Somalia. Not a big deal, right? It was fine. Some troops don't take it. They get malaria. We treat them. Problem solved. So it's really not that big of a deal. And of course, the first large-scale use of mefloquine was in Somalia because I suspect, in retrospect, there was a lot of reluctance and ambivalence within the frontline military medical community about using mefloquine. There are too many uncertainties, too many unknowns, too many concerns with the drug. There was a lot of apprehension. And I think the military was saying, you know what, no. We spent all this money developing the drug. We got these people at high levels telling us we need to start using the drug. So we're going to use Somalia as a proving ground. Someone said it earlier.
Yeah, that's
for method. That's exactly right. You were essentially guinea pigs. They wanted to. They needed. And to what extent Canada participated in Somalia primarily for this purpose? Yeah, is something worth looking into, because it is in historical context. It is pretty odd, right? How eager Canada was. I know my hat's starting to shine in the sunlight.
Shine like mine.
It's starting to sparkle, but they can't read my thoughts, so I'm good. For the reason people wear tinfoil hats is in the midst of their delusional paranoia. They think that the tinfoil hat will act as a Faraday cage, preventing the aliens or the intelligence agencies from using remote techniques to read the electrical activity generated by the brain. Which is actually true, right? Like if you isolate your brain in a Faraday cage, then they won't be able to use remote sensing because you actually can read people's thoughts now with remote imaging, right? With remote. So secret agents that are trying to elude detection, by counterintelligence forces might need to wear tinfoil hats in the future. But I'm digressing.
Another rabbit.
Do we have any other?
So,
Do we have any other questions?
Yeah.
Control we have to do.
Yeah, we do.
I got one more.
Yeah, go please
Sorry.
do. Use the ball. It's not me.
And during the Vietnam War, was there an anti-malaria drug that was taken once a week?
Right. So, and I alluded to this earlier. So mefloquine is just the latest in a long line of Me Too drugs, right? So mefloquine is a quinoline drug. It functions primarily because it has at its core the quinoline moiety, the quinoline nucleus. If you've seen our foundation's logo, it's quinoline. It's basically two benzenes together with a substituted nitrogen for a carbon. The quinoline. Oh, if you remember organic chemistry in college, it's very simple. The quinoline moiety, the quinoline core, has this remarkable property in that it gives the molecule that's built on it the ability to permeate across barrier membranes. So it's basically able to travel through walls inside the cell. It's able to permeate into the brain, trouble-free. It's just got a free pass. You know, the brain, various organs have barrier membranes to try to keep the bad stuff out. You know, it's generally a principle in biology. And up until recently, it was also recognized at the level of nation states and so on that in order to retain normal physiology, in order to stay alive, you need to control your borders, right? You need to keep certain things out and you need to keep certain things in. You need to have control over a certain volume of space. And so we have a barrier membranes that do that. But there are always sneaky ways of getting around that. The quinoline moiety, the quinoline core, allows this drug to get around that. So it sneaks across the barrier membrane, and it accumulates within the barrier membrane. It accumulates within the structure protected by the barrier membrane. And what ends up happening is it ends up being subtly modified by that environment and accumulating. And so mefloquine and related drugs accumulate at many hundreds to thousand-fold their concentration in certain parts of the cell and within the malaria parasite. So the reason mefloquine and related quinolines work is because they accumulate at very high concentrations in the malaria parasite itself, where it kills the malaria parasite. Now that property also, I think, underlies its toxicity. That's why it probably gets into your brain in people who are susceptible, and probably gets into certain parts of your brain where it exerts its neurotoxic effects. Okay, now mefloquine is just the latest in a series. Well, it's not the latest because there's a new one, but at the time it was the latest in a series of quinoline drugs dating back to the earliest colonial days. So all of these drugs are based on quinine, the naturally occurring extract of the cinchona bark, which was first isolated, which was first identified in the Western world by the Spaniards that went to South America. They brought quinine back, they brought cinchona bark back, the fever tree, and it allowed Western colonial expansion. If it weren't for quinine, we wouldn't have been able to colonize Africa, the West. The West wouldn't have been able to colonize it. The Romans never colonized Africa. Why? Because they would have died, right, from malaria. They didn't have quinine. But the reason the Brits and the Italians and the French were able to colonize Western Africa and South Africa and go on to colonize India is because they had magic quinine. They were drinking gin and tonics. And the quinine in the gin and tonics was enough of a schizonticide. The quinine was acting as a schizonticide that it kept the malaria parasites at bay in their blood. And so, you know, you were a British colonial officer. You were serving in sub-Saharan Africa. You would drink a couple gin and tonics every day, and that would keep the malaria at bay for the most part, right? So that was the first quinoline antimalarial. We used that in World War I. We used a related quinoline antimalarial called quinacrine in World War II. Matabrine. We developed chloroquine during World War II. The Germans actually developed it, but we redeveloped it. And primaquine during World War II. And so we used chloroquine and primaquine in the Korean War. We used chloroquine and primaquine in the Vietnam War. And the thing is, nothing that I've described here to do with mefloquine is really new. It might have been a subtle improvement on chloroquine in many ways, but chloroquine had similar effects. So I'm reasonably certain that, and just stepping back a little bit, you've all heard about Vietnam syndrome, have you? Vietnam syndrome. Vietnam veterans of America, Vietnam veterans, they, throughout the 60s and 70s, they became concerned because so many veterans were coming back from the Vietnam War with a weird constellation of signs and symptoms. These veterans were coming back angry. They were coming back mad. They were coming back anxious and paranoid, right? And, you know, these were previously, you know, just nice, regular people. They were coming back from Vietnam raging, right? It's kind of where the whole guys gone postal syndrome came from. And they said, look, the psychiatrists don't understand what's wrong with you. And if you look at the original description of Vietnam syndrome, it was a lot more neurological. There were a lot more neurological symptoms. And there were even some gastrointestinal symptoms thrown in there too. It was a strange constellation of signs and symptoms that hadn't previously been seen. And so the psychiatrists, and of course it was predominantly psychiatric, but the psychiatrists had no idea what was going on. And so they basically just said, well, you're crazy, you know, I can't help you. And increasingly the psychiatry community began to realize, okay, we actually have a problem on our hands. But it took the better part of 15 years. And finally, in 1980, the American Psychiatric Association, with the approval of the VA, they had been meeting, trying to deal with this, But they basically came out after a period of discussion and said, fine, we're gonna give this thing a name. We're gonna call it post-traumatic stress disorder. 1980. Prior to that, there wasn't post-traumatic stress disorder. It didn't exist. Didn't exist. And so all of these signs and symptoms that had been previously attributed to this complex multi-system disorder known informally as Vietnam syndrome, which had neurological and physical manifestations, became simplified into this sort of purely psychiatric thing that was attributed to the effects of trauma. And pathophysiology was proposed that postulated, well, exposure to extreme levels of stress triggered some sort of permanent change in the amygdala, hippocampus, and that led to all of these symptoms. And maybe that's true. There's pretty good evidence in support of that. My point in all of this is that the population of patients that originally informed the original diagnostic criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder and the original impetus even for the diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder being acknowledged was a group of veterans that had likely been regularly taking chloroquine and primaquine, which are structurally related to mefloquine and which can have relatively comparable effects. And that raises the question, a reasonable question, is it possible that at least some of the disease burden that led to post-traumatic stress disorder being recognized as an entity, is it possible that at least some of that was actually caused by earlier drugs of this class? And if so, how confused and how confounded is the literature on post-traumatic stress disorder? And I'm on record as saying that in due course, once the psychiatric community, primarily the psychiatric community, recognizes that mefloquine encephalopathy is a thing, and that it causes most of these symptoms in the blue chart, once it acknowledges that and recognizes that in all of the studies of post-traumatic stress disorder, most of which have involved troops going to war, that most of these studies and most of the critical studies, which have been primarily responsible for this disease entity coming into existence, all these studies have been hopelessly confounded by the potential effects of mefloquine. And it would not surprise me at all if we had to throw out, literally throw out, the entire body of literature on this disorder, because it's all hopelessly confounded from birth. It would be as if the babies got switched at birth in the hospital, and you're raising a child that's not your own, right? And then 20 years later, you realize, wait a second, this is not my son.
Yeah.
This is not my daughter. That's basically what we're dealing with here. The possibility that when we fully acknowledge the depth and severity of this confounding, that the psychiatric community will have to say, you know what, all these studies are all wrong. They're invalid. Which is another reason why there's likely so much reluctance, because people have built their entire careers on saying these soldiers came back from Vietnam, and the reason they've been experiencing these horrific nightmares and this awful anxiety and is because, well, you know, early on they might have said, well, they probably had bad relationships with their mother, they had attachment issues, and you know, there's probably some sexual tension there with their sister or something, you know, just some crazy Freudian nonsense. But I don't like Freud very much.
No.
Yeah, she's a quack. But my point is that I've just lost half the psychiatry community by saying that. Fraser, I guess I lost him. But my point is that there are people who base their entire careers on this, right? And they're not going to go silently into the night. I've said that science progresses one funeral at a time, right? So do not take that the wrong way.
Yeah.
Okay, but my point is that they're never going to change their mind. They're never going to change their mind. You'd like to think that science progresses by, you know, people willingly trying to disprove their theory and willingly hoping that the thing that they've studied their whole life and that they base their career on, a good scientist would say, I hope somebody proves me wrong, because then the world would be even more interesting than I thought it was. Unfortunately, humans being humans, that's not how scientists are, with some exceptions. Good scientists like Feynman, in particular, Einstein in particular, good scientists love to be proven wrong. They would love nothing more to be proven wrong. But most academics who are struggling to pay the bills do not want to be proven wrong, because then the money runs out, right? So and then they get fired, they don't get promoted. So it's very unlikely that the psychiatry community is just going to willingly accept this scenario, right? Because it would be too uncomfortable for the practical day-to-day existence of psychiatrists. But in due course, a new generation will come into the field, and they will base their career on questioning this, exploring this, identifying the inconsistencies in the literature. And they will see that they can make a career questioning the orthodoxy. How long will this take? Take a little longer. That's not going to be the catalyst. The catalyst for that happening will be some other, acknowledgement that this is a problem. And then in due course, the new generation of psychiatrists will say, wait a second, there's more to PTSD than meets the eye. Maybe we should look into this drug that was given to these troops during the early years of the diagnoses development. Yeah, so to answer your question, yes, there was a drug similar to mefloquine used in prior wars. And in fact, the number of wars that the US military has fought where a quinoline drug has not been widely used, you can count on one hand, right? The Gulf War is the one where you really didn't have a lot of mefloquine use. Pretty much every other deployment, there was a large-scale use of one or more quinoline drugs. And what is the one conflict where we haven't seen a lot of PTSD? What's the one conflict where there isn't a whole lot of PTSD? The Gulf War. There's really not a whole lot of PTSD associated with the Gulf War. There's a lot of PTSD associated with the Somalia deployment. There's a lot of PTSD associated with various special forces deployments. A lot of PTSD associated with Iraq and Afghanistan deployments. But there's not a lot of PTSD associated with the Persian Gulf War. Instead, you have a different syndrome associated with Persian Gulf War, which in retrospect is plausibly attributable to other exposures that were, experienced by folks there. Yeah, interesting, isn't it?
Very interesting.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm gonna.
So were the drugs that were available during Vietnam, were they a once a week or once a day?
Oh, I'm sorry, I never answered your question. So. Well, chloroquine is a once a week drug.
Oh, it is once a week?
Today it's dosed once a week, but there are different ways of giving the drug. Like you can formulate chloroquine with primaquine to be given more frequently than once a week. But chloroquine is typically given once a week, mefloquine is typically given once a week. Quinaquine or Adabrin was typically given daily. Quinine you take a couple times a day. You have your gin and tonic at lunch, you have your gin and tonic at nighttime or two, right? Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
It's true, it's still.
I am gonna wrap it up because apparently we're getting kicked out of here, and I think we're gonna go after downstairs and just be a little more informal and relaxed. Please don't forget, tomorrow we're meeting at 1
Yeah.
at the Langford Memorial, just near the Langford Legion. It's right across from the RCMP building on Station
And Gold Street.
Gold Street.
Gold Street.
Yeah. Veterans and Gold Street right there. So hopefully we can see everybody there. It's been my absolute privilege and honor to participate and facilitate this conversation with someone with your incredible expertise, and I've really enjoyed it. Thank you. Some of their stories, it really resonates a lot for me, and that's a hope for all of you. So thank you for yourself. We'll see you tomorrow. If not, we'll see you down in the
Yes, please
downstairs.
come
Thank you.
tomorrow to the rally.
The address on the Facebook?
It's on the poster too, and the little thing I gave you, and on our page. The Veterans Annual Mefloquine
Tell the
page,
world.
you can find it.
Really good.
I'm shut it down, but if you wanna tell me some stuff, you can wrap it up, it's up to you.
All right.
Okay, so as you heard, this is right, or we're stopping now, we're gonna go downstairs. So, tomorrow at 1300 at the park by Goldstream, where the Vimy Memorial is. Right across from the RCMP station. Hope to see you all there. Take care, love you all, stay safe.